Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show again. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I'm very excited to get back onto the saddle, get back into the swing of things. We're going to talk about the Sotheby's Hong Kong auction again. Um, but before that, there's a whole backlog of new releases that I want to get through with you. So I will start the show with talking about some of the new watches that have come out already in the run up to Watches and Wonders, which is the big trade show, as you know, of the year, which will herald so many new releases. So let's start with the new Longines chronograph that just came out, which is exactly up my alley, exactly how I like them. This is the flyback chronograph belonging to their Spirit series. There's one thing that I could do without, and you probably can already guess if you have been watching this channel. But let's start with the most basic configuration of it. This is the black dial on the leather strap. Beautiful pilot's chronograph style from the mid-century. Two registers, no other sorts of interruptions or accessories or anything of that sort on the dial. Black dial, large Arabic numerals, flyback function, exactly as it should be. You have, of course, that modified ETA base with the added flyback function. Of course, it's um, it's a great piece. This is, I think, the caliber is called L791, which is again um, the piece that has a two-register chronograph and the flyback function, no date, nothing else, just that beautiful, balanced, striking dial, highly legible, very functional, and in a way continues that groundwork that they set with the Avigation Big Eye. Of course, that doesn't have the flyback functionality. That does also come at a lower price point, $3,000 to be exact. This piece, which has the flyback function, running seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and with a bidirectional rotational timing bezel, is at $4,450. It's also slightly larger than the Avigation Big Eye, so 42 millimeter case. It does happen to have a sapphire case back where you can glimpse into that flyback chronograph movement, which is also a column wheel. It's a little bit on the thicker side. That could be a cause for concern because usually a lot of people already complain a little bit about the thickness of flyback chronographs. I love my Type 20. Unfortunately, I'm not wearing it today, but I can always bring it out from the box. That is almost 15 millimeters long, and a lot of people think it's a little too thick. But then again, this is a sports watch. This is a much bigger case than the Breguet Type 20, which is now discontinued, of course, in the modern line, in the contemporary line. And my knee jerk reaction, my recommendation to anyone who asks me for um, a pilot's chronograph off the shelf at retail was always the Longines Avigation Big Eye, despite the lack of the flyback function. But hey, this one has that too. I would advise that you go to your local retailer, go to the closest Longines authorized dealer, and try it on for size. But ultimately, this is supposed to be a sports watch. This is supposed to be a tool watch, so it's quite all right for it to be a little uh, larger than life. As long as you don't have wimpy wrists like mine, you should be good to go. So you have a sunray brushed black dial in this particular version that is matched with a leather strap. As far as I know, uh, the bracelet is just $100 off an extra charge. So you have that bracelet, which I guess most generically is very similar to the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch bracelet. It has a similar 3-row design and a similar kind of contrast or interplay between grain brushed and mirror polished surfaces. I think this is a watch that is beautifully styled, that gives you an extra function to play with, and it does that at a price point that's still under $5,000, which unfortunately in this day and age actually translates to an affordable luxury watch. You know how much I complain about these things. If you ask me, it should be even cheaper, but that's a topic for another day. If you like a little bit of color, obviously you have the blue. Again, it's a sunburst blue, so you have a little bit of a play there, a little bit of a contrast, a little bit of depth, and that is also matched with a deep navy blue bezel. I think again these are absolute winners. I really like it. Um, I'm not a huge fan of the Longines logo. I cannot complain too much about that. At least it conveys some sort of um, aviation related feeling. When it comes to the 5 stars, I don't know, guys. Maybe it's because we live in the age of the Google review, Yelp review, uh, 5 stars out of 5 kind of thing. It just grates me. It bugs me a little bit. I understand it belongs to the brand heritage somehow, but I could care less. I think it looks tacky as hell. Um, but I know many people don't mind it. There's some who even like it. And hey, who doesn't like a little bit of a self confidence, right? I'm on a good day, maybe I'm a 6, but I carry myself around as if I can go up to 11. So uh, props to Longines for having the confidence in their product that they rated for 5 stars in advance. That's great. Good for them. This is 45.50 at retail, $4,550 with the full bracelet. Whether you choose the sunburst blue or similarly sunray brushed black, on the leather strap, it's a little cheaper at 4,350. It also has this nice canvas strap, which I think may have already sold out, but I love the color. I love the styling of it and the kind of mock um, military issue numbers on it. I think that's a cool styling. You know, uh, I have grown up looking at Polo Ralph Lauren catalogs, so I like this sort of faux heritage kind of styling. I think that's beautiful. That would be probably my choice. Black dial with the canvas strap. It's good as gold. Welcome, everyone. JJ, my regards to Michigan. JB, love you, man. 4 stars. Alireza says, someone on JJ's show says it was Longines Yelp review. Yeah, well, I mean, that's hey Ali, it was my line. I don't know if someone else stole it from me, but that's okay. That's the price you pay for being so original and being full of such wonderful ideas that you don't mind. You can move on to the next one. JB says it's a little bit of hubris, but I think it's a nice release. I think it's a beautiful release. Honestly, again, I never judge watches purely by my own taste on this channel. I have a lot of confidence in my own taste, but that doesn't mean there's no room for other approaches, other styles, um, other genres of watches. I think this is a great watch. Hey, Bruce G, nice to see you too, man. Uh, so I like it. I like it. I like this a lot. I think the two register look is great. I wish they kept the big eye for this too, but I think they struck for something that is just very balanced, uh, pure utilitarian form of design. I really like it again with the black dial and on this canvas strap. I'm still a big fan of the Avigation Big Eye. I do want to pull that up. Um, because I think that's still a great watch. If you're into hour counters, if you're into the 3 register look, if you like the big eye aesthetic, if you're looking for something that has an aesthetics that is a little more toolish, you know, with this beat blasted finish, it's really cool. You know, one thing that basically forces me to wear my modern revival of Breguet Type 20 almost exclusively on a leather strap is how shiny it is. I love it because it is what Breguet has become. The case in the way it's constructed and it's finished conveys that particular sense, conveys that form with the teardrop lugs and fluted case band decoration and everything. But when I think of the Type 20, especially when I match that Type 20 with the bracelet, it just ends up being a little too flashy for my liking. So I always dull it down with the leather strap. This piece already comes ready to go in a way. So I still have a huge vote of confidence for the Avigation Big Eye, especially because of the price point. You know, it's a column wheel chronograph. It has all the aesthetics you would expect from the Pilot's chronograph. If you do like playing around with the flyback functionality, which I do love, I would highly recommend that you get one of these either on a leather strap, right, with that sort of box stitching. It's even cooler. Or with this canvas strap, which I'm sure will soon become available again. And maybe they will supply it separately as well. Who knows? But that's a great option and it's a great look. And somehow again, gives a very nice sense of that mid-century flyback pilot's chrono aesthetic with a slightly modern touch, with a touch of luxury. So this is a great move by Longines. They have been getting things right for quite some time. I I highly recommend it. The next release comes from an independent that has a very particular lane. Uh, this is Sartori Billard. It is a French independent brand that only makes bespoke watches, right? You may have seen some of them on the secondary markets, but they don't actually have any retail. They don't have any stock. Every single watch they make is something they make from scratch according to your specifications, where you can customize every part of it. They offer already a few stylings in this watch, so let's check it out. This is their integrated bracelet sports watch. They have abided by the primary rules of the genre, which is, of course, the integrated bracelet, at least the minimal contrast between grain brushed and mirror polished surfaces. And thankfully, they have also come up with a bezel design that ultimately doesn't end up being too gimmicky or too uh, iterative of some other design that's out there. As you can see, there are two oversized notches at 3 o'clock by the crown and at 9 o'clock as well. I like it. Look at these. If you like the styling somehow, look at these as so many canvases, because from the hands to the center of the dial, to the styling of the hour track and the seconds track, you can more or less customize everything, which I think is a great value. You can also get it with a personal engraving, which I think is an amazing option. And increasingly, since I've had most of my watches now for such a long time, it's something that I'm tending towards. They're keepers, they're here to stay. And if you're getting a watch that's up to spec and that's down to your specifications, to the most minute detail, I highly recommend it. Again, you can choose like a semi-precious stone for the center of the dial. You can decide on a different color and a different style of finishing for the hour track. For their other models, they used to also offer different materials. Since this is an integrated bracelet version, I'm not sure if that's available, but I'm sure it is something that they would make available down the line at least. And listen, I mean, as is, it's offered at an interesting price point that is not so far out from what they already have retailed for. And in this case, it's under 7,000 in euro. So say under 7,500 in US dollars. The specific price point is 6,840 euro, excluding the VAT, for this signature styling. And as you can see from the dial, look, let me just read it from there. perspective, and you can see how it changes colors there. With our signature watch, you have the freedom to choose any color of the dial, whether you have the specific hex code or Pantone code or a description of your desired color. Our team will work with you to create a one-of-a-kind timepiece that is uniquely yours. And of course, it's nice to have these hex codes and Pantone codes, but or Pantone is, I think, how it's actually read or pronounced. But sometimes, because they work with different sorts of materials, it might not come as you visualize it to be. So it's great that they hold your hand through the process, and I think it's a great service. And the movement is provided by La Joux Perret, which is very prestigious and very appropriate for this sort of watch. Uh, I think it's a great styling. Again, not really my my genre or my preference in this genre, but I think it's a cool piece. La Joux Perret, by the way, is owned by Citizen, which basically has its own ecosystem in Switzerland as well at this point, even though it is, of course, a Japanese company. Arnold and Son is theirs. La Joux Perret is theirs, among other manufacturers. And this is a movement that operates at contemporary standards with 68 hours of power reserve, 4 hertz. So the necessary accuracy, precision, and shock resistance for a sporty watch of this sort. The caliber is named G100. Well, I mean, overseas is an iterative take on the Royal Oak, if you want to go that far. I don't think it's highly original, right? For me, this is the kind of watch, again, that I would categorize in the same box as the Chapek Antarctique. Again, price points are different. I'm not comparing the quality, but in terms of styling, you have the Royal Oak, uh, the Nautilus, and maybe the Ingenieur, IWC Ingenieur, as the original trilogy, right? 222, even though it's not designed by Janta, but by Jörg Haschek, still belongs to that 70s genre and is very much its own thing. And then you have watches like the Bulgari Octofinissimo, Alan Gonzone, Odysseus, which, whether you like them or not, bring something new to the table, right? Are truly original designs. They're not trying to be something else, even though they, again, conform to many of the expectations people have from that 70s integrated bracelet, sporty and chic genre. This piece is, in a way, neither fish nor fowl, very much like the Chapek Antarctique, very much like the Laureato. Well, Laureato is even more iterative, if you ask me. But again, I can begrudgingly group them here. There are a lot of watches that just look like, in one way or another, the Royal Oak or the Nautilus. I mean, it's undeniable. So overseas, I think, belongs to this category. So if you think this looks like the overseas, what do you think overseas looks like? Again, 40 millimeter case, all in stainless steel. I think that pretty much confirms what I suspected, which is I don't think they offer it in other materials yet, but I wouldn't um, I wouldn't be surprised if down the line they actually started doing other um, pieces, other kinds of pieces, and titanium, for example. I know they use anything from tantalum to titanium to stainless steel to precious metals in their other ranges. They have two more products which we can take a look at maybe later tonight or at another day. But I think this is a very cool watch. Again, I would, yeah, I would think of this as again as an option for those who are really looking for a personalized piece, who want to let their imagination run wild, because 7,000 7,500 in US dollars, it's not nothing. It's a lot of money already. So uh, I would I would tread carefully. I know if you have something that can appeal to a mainstream taste, these pieces started selling at auctions already, and they usually uh, go at about the same price point or maybe a little more in the auctions than what people end up paying. So it's not like you would lose your shirt over it, but don't expect something like this to make you money in the short term or something like that. But look at their suppliers in general, and I think you will get an idea about how um, how the quality is. Again, for a workhorse movement, La Joux can hang with just about anyone, and much like Vaucher, by the way, they provide bases like a Bosch movement bases to other makers as well. So um, that's a mark of quality. Les Cadranières de Genève is actually FP Jaune. And speaking of the overseas, Vachon Constantin's dial maker, Comblemine for their guilloche dials. That is actually the maker for Voutilainen, right? Of course, for his own watches and for certain kinds of custom pieces, Voutilainen has a guillochage department in his workshop, but Comblemine is what he also has in his ecosystem. Um, so just to have the idea, these are great pieces, great products. Um, the capacity is apparently 150 watches per year. So if you find this to be a compelling proposition, I would jump on and get one. Uh, Honestly, again, I like it. I'm not lining up to get it by no means, but I like the way that they added the notch on that bezel. I like the way that they added these extra contours or scallops on the case. Otherwise, it's not a highly original piece. Let's not fool ourselves, but I think it's an important addition to their lineup. Um, and the bespoke piece might open it to different kinds of customizations. But as you can see, there's an actual Aventurine dial presented here. There's one with a guilloche center dial here. So the possibilities are basically endless. This is, I think, lapis, And that process can be started apparently with 5,000 euro of a deposit, and there you get the whole 9 yards, right? A lot of more interesting options, blue titanium dials, guilloche finishes, semi-precious stones, so on and so forth. Hi, Thomas. So that's the Sartori Billard sports watch, the SB07 that they've introduced, both as a signature edition in which you can still customize the dial, and that is limited to 150 pieces per year apparently, and the bespoke edition where you have even a more extended variety, a broader palette of options, and you have to put down a €5,000 deposit on that. The signature edition costs €6,870 plus VAT. And just to show you quickly, they have the SB04 with a centrally deployed seconds hand, just a perfect three-hander, and the SB05, which is perhaps a little more in the vein of dressier watch with a subsidiary seconds dial, with a small seconds dial at 6. And in those, as you can see, you have various case materials. You have tantalum mixed or fully polished, which has, I think, a higher charge. Fully polished titanium, full microblasted grade 5 titanium, titanium grade 5 with contrasting surfaces, and your standard stainless steel with a variety of different finishes. With like an engraved personal plate on the movement, which at this level of prices is almost unseen. But yeah, these are great watches. The SB05 is hand wound with 90 hours of power reserve, with a movement that beats at 3 hertz. And then SB04, I believe, is self-winding movement. And it's the same movement that they have now started using in the SB07, which is the sports watch that they have just introduced. Continuing with the theme of independence, let's go to Furlan Mari. You remember last time Swiss, our friend Piruka, was here. We were talking about this particular brand, and he was hesitant to let the cat out of the bag, but in so many words, he said there would be a permanent collection of their self-winding three-hander watches, and that day has arrived. Now they will soon have 3 variations of their Corne des Vaches sector dial three-hander piece, time-only piece. It is a mechanical piece, unlike their hybrid mecha quartz driven chronographs. Great styles again, sector dial with crosshairs at the center of the dial, Breguet numerals at quarters, the cow's horns, Comte de Vache styled case, and you have three options, basically gray with a grenet center, circularly brushed hour track, and seconds track on the periphery. And in this, both the handset and the dial fixtures reflect, of course, the shades of the case. There is the La Joux-Perret movement, 50 meters water resistant, the same G100 movement that we just saw in both SB04 and SB07. At 37.5, these should wear almost like 40 millimeters. Trust me, the Comte de Vache design is very much enlarging, very much expanding the case. They're not yet available, but you can type in your email right there to be notified as soon as they are available. They're listed at 1,250 Swiss francs before the VAT. This is the charcoal gray. They also have a silver with blued hands and also blue Arabic numerals for the seconds track on the periphery. And they also have my personal favorite, Salmon is the New Blue. And that dial has that Grenet finish throughout, including the Ars track with blackened hands and dial fixtures. I think the sector dial really meshes and really aligns with the styling of the case. Again, it's a great price point. It is a great movement. It's hard to argue again. And I think they offer great value in this series at this price point, as much as they offer an incredible value at 550 Swiss francs with their Mecha Quartz hybrid chronographs, which they have also now started offering in a regular production line as well, with three options. But these three belong to their three-hander mechanical story. The Comte de Vache cow's horns case, 37.5 in diameter and 10.5 in thickness. With the 5 Atmos depth rating, 50 meters of water resistance, they should get you through most of your day in and out of the office, and even for the happy hour, as long as things don't get too wet. I think this is another great addition to Furlan Marie's line, which has a great concept of bringing value with their heavily vintage inspired designs, watches that can be worn anywhere, can be used on an everyday basis, and certainly would not break the bank. Ali. Yeah, Ali.
Oh, I was waiting forever. I wanted to ask you a question about the Sartori, and I jumped on,
Yes.
but you'd moved on. So can I still ask my question?
Of course. Of course. We're here for you, man. Come on.
I'm trying to actually figure out on the signature edition, right? Because they list all their suppliers.
Mm.
How are they making the Pantone match dials? Are they is that do you think that's a glaze or do you think that they're like pressing them?
Ooh. So
Because combo they say the stone dials and then they say the guilloche, but they really don't. I'm assuming that the guilloche is the provider.
I think since the signature edition is actually not a guilloche dial, um, first of all, I think the center dial design is probably stamped, um, because it's not this kind of
The
uh,
hammering.
yeah, this kind of hammering is even at this price point would not be offered. I mean, it's like $7,000 is a lot of money for the watch, but not for that kind of hammered finish.
So do you think they stamp it from like powdered already Pantone colored, or do you think they stamp it in aluminum and then PVD it?
That I don't know. That I don't know. But I guess it would be a job for from the suppliers. I would guess it would be a job for Le Cadronière de Genève, which makes the overseas dial, which makes the Chronomètre Bleu dial. So, but the guy who runs this brand is very accessible on Instagram. So I'm sure this is a question that we can very easily ask him and get a response.
See, this is genuinely tempting to me because being able to get like a very specific aubergine purple, right,
Mm,
through the Pantone is something that I've always wanted. And I've actually asked a couple of makers, just tell me
mm.
the price, and I don't get a great answer. It's very tempting. It may be a touch small for me. Um, that's, a different discussion, but I was curious how they do it because so JS Watch, right, out of Reykjavik, they have that pressed volcanic ash dial, and I spoke to them about durability of that dial, right? And there's no data to, they because obviously they just haven't been around very long and there's no real way to test that. So that's what I'm always worried about is you put down either for the signature edition, it's still a decent amount of money, or for the exclusive edition, you put down that kind of money, and then I'm worried about what happens to these dials. Sun fading isn't as much of an issue, but it can be an issue. Or if they degrade, if they're like pressed powder and they're not seasoned well, do they degrade?
I'm actually writing right now on Instagram. Let's see if he responds. And when he responds, I will let you know.
While you're doing that, Thomas Broadbent made a hilarious comment about the hammer dial. It's little watchmakers from Nepal with little hammers. Just like aubergine is worth the purchase. I've had Berluti patina aubergine leather for me, and it's gorgeous. I love the color.
Oh, wow. That does sound interesting.
But Sartori has appealed to me, and since this is a sports watch, then suddenly I'm very interested, right? Um, it's still juvenile sized, but hey, I can't win them all.
Yeah, it's like slightly a smidgen smaller than the overseas, which you provided as a point of comparison. And I agree. Again, I don't disagree. It's
No, no,
they all
I
look like
wasn't
each
trying to be
other.
derisive either. The reason I brought it up is that I didn't expect that, right?
Mm,
I actually expected because they've been very very innovative. Even the guilloche, I mean, somebody compared it, to Voodoo Line, and I'm like, well, no, it's really not. It's still more unique than that. So I just didn't expect that. But then the instant you get to the dial, it's completely different. I mean, and the bracelet is like any other integrated bracelet. It's it's just well done. It's clearly well finished. I mean, that dial and those indices are gorgeous,
Yeah,
gorgeous.
it looks pretty good. To address Thomas's earlier question, truly Swiss, it's actually not Swiss at all. It's a French brand. So all the assembly and final touches are done in France, and they're absolutely transparent about their sources and suppliers. So they do the
I think he was talking about Ferland Marie.
Fulan Mari is in Switzerland, yes. But same logic. They do the old school établissage system, so they just take aspects, components from certain makers, and they put the watch together. Swinging Kangaroo, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Doing even better. Thank you for the 199. Just saying aubergine is worth the purchase. Hey, man. I'm actually looking forward to it, so um I can just send endless eggplant emojis to Ali without looking suspect. I would be just complimenting his watch dial.
That's horrible. I like it. So you can go back to the Furlon. I did want to jump on for a few minutes. I'm a bit under
So
the weather, but I was
would
I
it be closer to this shade, or are you looking for something more purplish and less burgundy, or
that's in the approximation. It would be close to that, but in my head, because they have the exclusive edition, there is purple aventurine, right?
Mhm.
And if you with any aventurine, if the stone's cut um thin enough, you can backstop it to change the tone. You can either lighten or darken the tone.
Mm.
So like a purple aventurine that has a black backstop would look aubergine, and for me that would be worth the price of admission if they could pull it off.
Right. Well, I mean, start the conversation. I mean, this is great. Hey, another Michigander. This is great. Detroit. Respect, man.
It
That's
must be
great.
visiting. I thought Swenson was a Canadian.
Swinging?
Yeah. Is
Well, I
he?
mean, Detroit is not too far from Canada.
No.
Maybe that's why
Yeah,
that might
I
be the
could be
mix up.
wrong.
He may be going back and forth. That's also possible. But yeah, this would be again perhaps too small for your taste, but again, kind of is a style of watch that you like, right? You do like
Yeah.
the Comme des Vaches.
Yeah. And Corvo Sobrinos also has the Corne de Vache style cases, um, slightly bigger, but still too small. And I think I did actually, and I promised you I would unbox it here. I finally pulled the trigger on what will be my only dress watch. Um, because I just couldn't get myself to go with the Sobrinos. Uh, so I found one I liked. I pulled the trigger on it, and I'll unbox it on your show when it arrives from
Oh, thank you.
overseas in the next few weeks here.
Is this the Cuervo y Sobrinos model that you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
has the same horns, right?
Mm,
I really like that uh, design, but I just couldn't. I couldn't pull the trigger on it. I just couldn't justify if I'm going to have one dress watch, which is all I'm going to have, right? I want it to be perfect. And for me, the Corne de Vache is perfect, except it's too small, right? So
mm,
I just couldn't, in my head, I'll always look at any of these watches and go, it's not a Corne de Vache.
I
So I just couldn't
see.
do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think again, it's a great styling, and for me, it just feels right because even though on paper it's a small case diameter, I have small wrists, and the case design itself is so assertive and has a larger lug to lug width than what the initial number suggests. So it's actually a great fit ultimately. I like this design.
Yeah, I really do like the design. Um, and that, yeah, that lug, those lugs, that style of lugs really appeals to me. But one of these days, somebody may make that style in in 41.5 mil, 42 mil, and
Hmm.
I'll jump on it.
I don't know if they actually have a connection, Thomas, with Montegrappa, but so Cuervo y Sobrinos is, let's say, it's basically at the level of Serpico y Laino from Caracas, and any number of co-signed retailers that you can find from that age. It was a very famous retailer based out of Cuba, and someone revived it. Again, the watches are at least purportedly made in Switzerland. They pride themselves of being the only true Latin origin watchmaker, which is an interesting touch, and I can't hate them for that. And listen, I mean, they at least have the history to stand on of this entire jewelry and watchmaker brand based out of Cuba. They they're trying. They're trying. What else can I say? They don't always use necessarily the most original stories, but they have some storytelling, right? That the Historiador, for example, is apparently inspired by one of the historians of Havana, who collaborated basically on compiling the brand's history. They had at some point Hemingway special edition for one of the models, which I think was a nice touch, served in a cigar box or something. And that Montegrappa at least offers a unique dial compared to everything else, and doesn't just put a pen in the box. So I can't take them for any of that. And again,
And their boxes, by the way, are amazing because they're those functioning humidors.
yeah, right. I mean, you remember, if you have seen any of these vintage Rolex boxes, they would have pieces of paper in them saying, like, save the box and use it for your cigarettes or something.
Yeah.
And here you have an actual box that can be used as a humidor for cigars. Look, I mean, it even has that humidor. It's not just a nice wooden box. Has some lacquer on the outside. It looks pretty classy.
I just couldn't pull the trigger, but it's another one of those, designs that the horns there, like the furlong, right, that you had up, that I just love.
Swinging at that price point, I wouldn't think it would be an actually gold dial, but it is a nice salmon color. My family, I don't know if you mean the My Father cigar. I think that's a pretty good cigar for the price point.
Oh yeah, my father
Right.
has the Flor de las Antillas,
Mhm.
after the Antilles Islands. I've had those. Those were really good from my father, but I'm not familiar with my family.
Yeah, my family, they might exist. I mean, it's not like I know every
Yeah, no,
cigar brand
same.
on the planet. But
So I'm gonna keep throwing curveballs your way. So
Nicaragua, okay, yeah. My father is made in Nicaragua. Yeah, yeah,
the
I like
uh
them.
yeah, I've only had, I think, of their line, I've only had the Antilles, and I enjoyed that. I don't know that I've had any of the others, but I can't rule it out either because I think they have quite a few different sub brands. Um,
I think the
so
ones I had were Le Bijou, and that was great as well.
I haven't had those. So another curveball your way, right? On Furlan, you mentioned, Mecha Quartz. So I actually
Mhm.
have, well, my daughter now has a Mecha Quartz watch by Hemel.
Mhm.
have you had any experience with Hemel?
I did not. No.
That's been that watch has held up really well for
Mm.
her. She stole it from me, I think 2 years back, now 3 years back, but these are pretty. These are pretty.
Yeah, I think it's a cool touch. You have the 24-hour indicator, you have the running seconds, and the timekeeping is basically taken over by the quartz movement, whereas the chronograph function is actually mechanical. I think the Seiko movements in them probably would need a battery every 3 years or so. So it's not too bad. I mean, it's for the price point. The styling is amazing. A friend of mine just recently got the Nero Sabia, the doctor's watch. I think that's a very cool design. The case, including the decorated pushers, of course, is styled after the famous first waterproof Patek Philippe chronograph reference 1463, Tasti Tondi, as the nickname goes. Um, Great pieces at the price point. Seiko had a new release, of course, as they do every other day. I'm trying to dig it up now. Was there anything that caught your eye that you wanted to talk about, Ali?
I've been out of commission for the past 2 days, so this is kind of my resurfacing. Uh,
What happened?
nothing I want to get into in the open.
Okay,
That's it.
no worries.
Um, so I have missed any news. I did see that people were, Rolex released a teaser, and everybody's talking about Rolex again, which is to me,
Of course.
you could be talking about warts for all I care. Um, I'm just not interested in
I
the
know.
brand has turned me off so much the past few years, and I wasn't a big fan in the first place. So I just haven't seen anything in watch or luxury related the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into the um what can I say? We can get into the teaser. I mean, there is a lot to tease out from 20 seconds. I feel like a lot of it's like the Rorschach test in a way. People see what they want to see in these things. Um, I I I don't know. For me, it doesn't look anything like a new Daytona. Um, it does. I think what people think is a GMT Master 2 is actually a two-tone Explorer 2. I think they are introducing new stone dials, probably lapis lazuli and tiger's eye um, for the day dates, which about time. I mean, I think that's the kind of era of Rolex that I really like. So for me, it tugs at the right heartstrings, so to speak. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's not much we can say at this point, and there's not much longer to go either. So
Yeah, it's by Tuesday, then everything's going to start rolling out. So
but yeah, let's very quickly. Yeah, that to me looks exactly like a day date with a tiger eye dial because of the gold framing of they they I think finally there might be a titanium yachtmaster, the Sir Ben Ainsley special. um again, I also want to see a Daytona into this. Um I want to see a new Submariner. I want to see any number of things, but I'm not too sure. I think there is another Explorer. It can be it can be maybe something with a brushed bezel. That's one of the first images that greets you. Um, and there can be any number of things that they didn't necessarily stick into the teaser, right? In any
Yeah.
explicit way, right? Maybe it's the roads that people see that remind them of Daytona, right? The whole driving image. I don't know. Maybe there's a new sky. Who knows? Who knows? The whole idea of a teaser is to incite people to talk and
And they did. I mean,
start rumors.
obviously, like anything they do. I saw the teaser, and I saw somebody post like the alleged forum post from data crawling, and they're like new sky dweller and all, and I mean, one, I don't believe anything anymore, and two, I just don't care. I think Tiger's Eye actually might be an interesting stone dial for me to see their execution of, but it still wouldn't be something I'd be in the market for.
Yeah. Look, for example, I'll try to see if there's because again, semi-precious stones, being semi-precious stones, they can look like any number of different things, but here's one that's a little lighter in terms of its shade.
That could be interesting to me.
Yeah, again, the thing with these kinds of watches, a few things. One, sometimes I feel it's like a crapshoot. They're offered at such a high level of luxury and watches that you basically have to order, probably at this point with a full deposit. You don't know what you're gonna get ultimately, right? Because
Yeah.
it's just a random cross section of a stone. So same thing with meteorite, right? Some of them look very striking. Others look really washed out, especially because Rolex uses that grayscale neutral
Yeah.
um, galvanizing treatment usually. So
Bubba Hotep, I know you're at least familiar with Bubba. He picked up a meteorite Pepsi, and it was the first meteorite Pepsi I've seen that I just went, wow. He just got completely the luck of the lottery. It was a
Mhm.
perfect cut of meteorite. This is interesting to me. Tiger's Eye is interesting to me, but you're right. It's a complete crapshoot. Like the press photos that AP put out for their turquoise dial. I mean that was uninspiring. Like I would not, would not buy that. Oh, look at some of
I mean,
those.
yeah, but again, look at some of those in the sense. I mean, everything being very subjective, they run the entire gamut, right? Some
Yeah.
look like tiger stripes, other look um like soft candy. Other look like your TV is malfunctioning after it has sunk in swamp water. I
Well, that
don't
was
know. I
very
mean,
descriptive. That sounds like a life event you're reliving right there. TV sunk in swamp water.
I don't know. You are the one who lives in Florida, eh?
Yeah,
So
I'm like,
you're closer
there were
to
three alligators on my deck this morning. And at the same time, I got an email from I'm trying to get a replacement strap and alligator leather. Like we can't get supplies. I'm like, I can ship you 3 alligators. Like I can ship you 3 whole alligators right now.
and I mean, it is America, so I'm sure you can actually do
Uh, uh,
that. You might.
some of these look beautiful. One of them does look like a caramel.
Yeah, I mean, some of them
Hey,
look
Ozzy X
great.
Fat.
Others, it's again, not necessarily to my taste, but again, everything being subjective. I mean, this looks beautiful, for example, to me.
I'm fond of Tiger's Eye myself. I think that's one of the very few stones I'm fond of. One of my bracelets is a David Yurman bracelet with Tiger's Eye and cognac diamonds.
Mm, that's
Bloodstone's
interesting.
another one. I have a signet ring with bloodstone, but I'm generally not all that into stones.
I mean, one thing before I forget, one thing I really do like about these vintage styled Rolex stone dials, when they go for the most desirable kinds, whether it be onyx or coral or tiger eye like this, they would forego the indices to just give you a full view of the entire cross section. And that's what I would wonder more than what stone they may have chosen. This is, of course, for a Datejust, as you can see, because there's no day wheel. There's one for day date. But in either case, I wonder if they're going to keep to something like that, or is it going to be Romans? Is it going to be some sort of stick markers?
This
Who
is the
knows?
right way to do it. Honestly, this is the right way to do it from my perspective. Skip the indices. Give us the full Monty.
I think so. I think that's a very good styling. I'm looking through my notes and trying to see. Yeah, there's a few things, but nothing that
Can
is
you
particularly pressing.
can
Tell
you
me.
put a poll up for your audience?
Of course.
All right, I want to put a poll up. Right, should we keep young Brando, or should we make him a Lord Brando?
I'm not gonna change
Oh man,
my name again, but let's see.
or just Sir Young Brando. You don't even have to change your name.
What should I call myself?
Sir Young Brando, the second. There we go. Sir Young Brando the second.
Click the like button while you're at it, while you're voting in the poll. I'm absolutely not going to take it into consideration, but have fun with it. You know, I get younger and older depending on my mood on the day, so you'll have to deal with it. We'll see where that takes us, but I've already changed the name once, so I don't plan to do it anytime soon, but who knows, maybe. But I want to ask you, Ali, I'm having second thoughts. I always wanted to get a Royal Oak, but I'm probably not going to be able to buy my 40th. Should I still wait and hold out for a jumbo? Should I get one as a placeholder, or should I just go in a completely different direction? Do you have any advice to offer? Do you have any input on that?
So I'm obviously biased. Audemars is my favorite, major mark, right? But
Mhm.
I will say comfortably, before I really had the resources years and years ago to actually buy one myself, every single person I saw with a 15202 with a jumbo, right? Whether it's the 15202, the 16202, it was so ridiculously lovely. I could not take my eyes off of it, right? Um, so if you can continue to hold for a jumbo, I can't imagine it wouldn't look excellent. You also have, a diverse sense of style, so it's something that you could style infinite number of ways. Uh, and it's an extremely wearable watch. I mean, it actually, since I did have access to get the 15400 and the 500, right? And it's bigger, I got it. But the
Mhm.
jumbo was wearable for me even. It just works. It's so versatile. From, a 6 3/4 inch wrist up.
Yeah, I think 39 is actually a great size for this particular style. Um, Thankfully, again, one great thing about having a smaller wrist is the mid-sized versions look just fine for me as well. Um, if I had an entire collection of Royal Oaks, I would even go for 14800, which
Yeah.
is the leather strap version. But obviously, half of the charm of the whole thing is the full bracelet. So for my first one, I wouldn't want to go with something like that. But 14790 is great. 25594, the
Yeah.
owl with the moon phase, that's a great option as well. Might still go with one of those, but yeah, I don't
This
know.
this you can't really miss with this either. But I would
Yeah.
say that it's not as versatile as just a flat jumbo.
Swinging Kangaroo, thank you again for another 199. I do want to see Cellini going up against Saxonia. Um, well, I mean, I'm more with you, Swinging, when you said upstairs they are trying to hang with Alan Gonzone, and I don't think so. I mean, to me, Lange is at another level. Rolex did try a kind of high horology collection with the Cellini Prince more recently, right? I don't know if you guys remember those. I know people remember the styling, but sometimes the details get lost. The reason I said they were kind of Rolex's approach to high horology is not only because of the case decorations, but also because of the way they offered these with exhibition case backs where the bridge plates were decorated with the same pattern as the dial. So yellow gold has hobnail decoration on the dial and on the bridge plates of the movement. Um,
I mean, Cellini versus Saxonia is kind of like one of those gimmicky, rough and rowdy boxing matches. You throw a dwarf in against a full-size man in a three-piece suit. Like it's. I just don't like mentally. I don't even put them. There's nothing Rolex could do with a Cellini that would make me feel like it would go up against a Saxonia.
Look, I mean, I think that's why for years they neglected the Cellini line, even though it was there. Um, Rolex knows what they do well, and they lean on their strengths, and that's why they don't really do innovation, to be honest. Um, right, this is the white gold with that radial guilloche, the groove-like decoration, same on the bridge plates. Um, They have the pink gold here with kind of like a sun ray guilloche, which is reflected on the movement. And my favorite was this Art Deco dial.
That's the favorite of the ones you've shown. Yeah, I agree with you there. The only thing that throws me off about that watch is the Rolex branding.
Right? Um, I understand, especially if you have such strong feelings against the brand already. To me, I see the crown and, I bow down in respect. So the affective relationship is pretty much diametrically opposed. So I like Rolex. I
Yeah,
can't
I
take.
actually, I mean, I've tried to make it clear, but I'm gonna say it again. Nobody makes as consistent a high quality, high profile watch as Rolex. They produce a million perfect watches a year, right? And I utterly, that's immense amount of respect for that. But their business practices and the way they affiliate with like Watches of Switzerland, which is my gateway to Rolex, turn me off so much to the point of being abusive that I mean it's the hot girl who just abuses 50 older rich men, right? Uses them for money sort of thing. Like that's the way I look at it. And that just turns me off. Um and
I
and
mean,
that's actually says a lot because as abusive as like AP is, AP hasn't even come close to the same level of derisive treatment of their customers as Rolex has.
Well, Ali, you have deeper pockets than mine. I guess that makes the difference. They treat me like shit in AP boutiques. Like literally, I have never felt so bad about myself as when I try to get an appointment, when I go to an appointment. Um, yeah, I would say actually it was a dehumanizing experience at
That's what
AP.
Swiss said. That's what Peruka said, right? It was it for yeah, for me it was the opposite. For me, I had a good experience with AP. Uh, and I was actually wearing. I remember the first time I went
Mm,
to the Rolex boutique to put my name, I was wearing a 15400, and they treated me like garbage. I'm like, you do realize that
mm.
like you don't sell a watch that costs this much. Like I don't know what the problem is. Um, all right, Swinton. My wife and I crossed with AP. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Um, So Swinging says, my wife and I are cross shopping between AP Royal Oak 34 and Alangonzone Little Lange 1 for our birthday anniversary. You know what I will say for this? Because the Royal Oak 34, again, I have tried on the older 33s, and even those wear for my again wimpy wrists quite well. But they're integrated bracelet watches. So if you're getting them one at a time, the tempting proposition would be to go for Little Lange one. You can let your wife enjoy it for the most part, and then keep a slightly more masculine strap for it, change it out, and you'll be good to go. Because those little versions of the Lange at 36 are still very wearable, and they usually have stunning guilloche dials too. The chocolate dial one is my personal favorite. Let's see.
Yeah,
Uh,
I agree with Brando here. That would be the more versatile option. I also would say that I would add to that that the Royal Oak 34s, you're going to have an endless supply of variants of that Royal Oak 34 over time, and you can always wait for that. But I'm always worried with Lange when they're going to make a design change, and you're not going to be able to get the one you want anymore. Right, the supply situation there always makes me a little nervous. And the little Lange one
mm,
in the current, I think there's 4 iterations now. There's 2 up on the screen. I think there's 4 total. Is a ridiculously gorgeous watch, and I wouldn't want even one iota of change to this watch. There's nothing about this watch that aesthetically I don't find pleasing.
and they do have versions of it that have a diamond set bezel as well for something a little flashier, or alternatively more feminine, depending on how you perceive it, how you look at those things. But I think uh, your wrist size being pretty much the same, and I am completely with you, brother. I have I mean, again, I've never measured it, but I don't imagine my wrist is bigger than 6 inches. So um, I clip that and use it for your self gratification, haters. Um, but yeah, I really like both of these. I love Lange in white metal, but there is something very tempting about that chocolate dial and the pink gold case. I think that's a great combination.
The rose gold and chocolate dial for me, I, that's just killer aesthetically. That's just killer aesthetically. I just love that. Really aesthetically, there's very few watches I could look at and go, "There's absolutely nothing I would change about them," and this is one of them.
Yeah, and again, I think sometimes I think should they have gone the Breguet way now that they have Guilloche, should they have used at least a different pattern for the small seconds? But then I think back to how balanced that dial design is in its own way, and whether that would kind of take away from it. But hey, I think this is great as it is. And I've never warmed up to the Grand version, but that's probably more down to my wrist sizing than anything. But I think this one is a very versatile piece. Um, again, I'm no Saxonia hater. I know a lot of people say, don't go with the Saxonia when you have Lange one. Not everyone is into the very specific aesthetic uh, of the asymmetric dial, of the oversized dates, of the power reserve indicator. It is a very distinct look. If you like it, and if your wife likes it too, I think this is probably one of the best unisex watches in the market at this level. Uh, his and hers in one, I think that would be a great option for you swinging.
You did say something interesting that I actually want to second is that the Grand, um, I think it was Thomas Broadbent, I think, made a joke in reference to when I said the Sartori, I'd like it a little bit bigger, right? And he used that the Rick Moranis movie, Honey, I Blew Up the Kids, right? The problem with that is that's exactly what Longuet did with the Grand, and it doesn't look right. Even on a big wrist, it doesn't look right. You can't just scale these things,
Hmm.
perfectly at scale and have them have the same character. Um, so I agree with you there, even though it obviously fits me better. I just don't like it.
I w- I want to help also swinging with ballparking the price. They are tricksters. That's why they don't list the price. But I have a price list from last year, um, and I can roughly tell you what the price should be this year. Let me see.
With the price increase or the rumored price increase, so it's just under 30,000 euro for the gold versions, right? At least in last year.
Let me see. So, Little Lange one. I think they are 40 in pink and white gold.
Oh, I thought that was platinum was 40.
No, no. The regular Lange one is in all metals also 40. So little is actually not cheaper. I think there's like 400 or something. And diamond bezel is almost 52. Probably a little, I would add a little bit to those prices. The Grand is the one that's offered in platinum. I don't know if there is that in the lineup elsewhere. Standard that is almost 60. So
Swinging Kangaroo. Your wife's number one. I
Hmm.
tell her the long game's clearly better. I mean, I have
I
well,
would
I
say,
don't have a
I
two-tone
mean,
root as of 2 days ago, but um, I have no
oh, what
complaints.
happened?
It needed to leave my collection. I have one Rolex left, which is the Cookie Monster, and that will probably leave my collection here fairly soon.
Hmm.
I joke about it, but it's true. So I'll wear my Royal Oak or I'll wear my Vermont. And then in the Florida sun, I will get a tan very easily. I'm also Persian, so we tan easily. And then I'll wear the Rolex and there'll be tan lines. It's just it's not 40 mil, right? Like the Daytona is not 39 mil either. The Daytona is a midget. Um, which is too
Daytona is,
small.
I think, more like a 38.
Yeah, yeah. It's
At
just
least by my understanding.
yeah, the Cookie Monster is barely big enough for me, but I like the aesthetic of the two-tone root beer better. But I'm gonna hold on to the Cookie Monster at least for a little while. But I just need to make room because if I don't make room, I'm gonna end up with 47 watches again.
I think that, yeah, that sounds good actually. Nice to keep some things in check. Or you'll have to have again your daughter raid your collection a little bit if you
Oh,
need
she's
help
got like
lightening the
13,
load.
14 watches, and I told her no more. She can take more, that's fine, but something's got to move out.
Swinging Kangaroo 499. This is the point. When folks said Rolex is going after Patek or A. Lange & Söhne, they better surpass the craftsmanship ALS to first even think about it. Swinging, I will say this. Picking up on something that Ali mentioned earlier in the conversation, Rolex's strength is consistency, reliability, and in terms of their command of the markets, volume and tradition. So I would, again, being very much a fanboy of Rolex, I would never classify them at the same level as A. Lange & Söhne, and it's not even fair to either end of that comparison because one brand makes 1 million plus units each year, the other one makes 6,000. One prides itself for having basically revived an entire country's watch industry, almost single-handedly, of course, with Glashütte Original and Nomos joining, and some independents also picking up the slack. The other has been the industry standard for decades and still counting. One is a genuinely high horological brand. The other is a luxury brand. So I think for the kind of watch you're looking for swinging, I think Rolex can't even compare to Lange, and I would not expect that from them.
Well, Rolex is contemporary, and they might even do it better, which is saying a lot in the luxury brand market, is Lexus. They produce a million perfect watches for what they are, right? They are the Lexus, and which is no small accomplishment, and deserves an immense amount of respect for the quality control that they put in, for the consistency of the end user experience. But it's not. I mean, it's not Lange. It's never going to be Lange. They don't want to be Lange. They may want to be Patek, and that's maybe attainable, but they'll never be Lange.
Speaking of the case dimensions, I think maybe this is the watch that justifies the larger case since it does have the added time zone complication that even has a little um, indicator here by that arrow, which warns you about the adjustment for daylight savings time. It has an AM PM indicator in terms of this rotating signifier.
And
But yeah,
like
otherwise I agree.
and like every world timer GMT watch, they throw in a city that nobody's ever heard of, and everybody's got to throw in a different city that nobody's ever heard of.
What do
No,
you
no,
think this
no,
one is?
Nomia.
But Numea is almost on all of them, I think.
The well, it's very popular with Lange, and I forget the other make that it's popular with, but like every brand chooses a city that nobody's ever heard of. We made the joke that they should just go with Darwin because at least we know GMT's Mr. GMT's there. If you're gonna throw in a city that nobody's ever heard of, okay, at least go with Darwin.
Well, I think a lot of times, just like Azores and places like that, it's because it's like a resort place. It's I think it's like a French Pacific island. Um, I don't know which one it is. I'm trying to remember, but I want to say New Caledonia or something. I think that's the island, and Noumea is its capital or something.
Yeah, you're a better
Um,
man than I am. I see it every time. I'm like, I don't even bother to Google it. I'm like, why is it on there? It's just on there to throw me off.
I mean, honestly, I don't know why Los Angeles is on there, but
Well,
hey, it is.
no, actually, so, and I understand why, because of the U.S. market, you want to have like New York, Los Angeles, and then Anchorage is kind of an interesting add to a lot of these, but
Mhm.
you could do without a couple of extra U.S. cities, right? Like you
Absolutely.
know,
But I guess what I mean, what are you going to replace them with? That's the question. I think again somewhere from the northern hemisphere, I guess.
yeah, I mean, how often do you see a Canadian city? Like Canada exists, right? You could there's a couple of options other than Denver and Los Angeles.
I don't know honestly. I mean, Quebec exists. Does Canada? Not
Does
sure.
Canada exist? Toronto is a figment of our
French
imagination.
Canada exists, but the rest of it, I'm not sure. I mostly think of it as the Great White North, as they call it, the northern provinces,
Northern Minnesota.
something like that. No, joking aside, I mean, look, one of the things that I do appreciate about some of these independents, like Anderson Genève, for example, they offer customizations. If you want, pick a different city that you have never seen on a watch dial before for every single time zone. I also love the fact that uh, they made a point of replacing Paris with Berlin or
Oh,
Geneva for that matter, right? So which I mean, respect. This is a German brand. I also love the same thing that, well, similar thing that Hermes did, their world
yeah, yeah.
timer, which is the Le Temps Voyageur.
Jake Brooks is killing me over here.
Um,
Scranton,
put the
Pennsylvania.
address
That
of
would be
the
fantastic.
flagship store,
That would be
right? I
fantastic.
mean, as a joke, if you get a custom world timer and you get the Scranton, Pennsylvania for your customized city
Yeah, you're
ring,
wearing a long. What do you do
it's
for
I
business?
don't know what.
Paper and paper products.
Okay.
Come on, Hermes. Their website is made of paper mache.
Well, I mean, I don't know. My internet connection is pretty
No,
bad
it's
these days
Hermes's
as well.
website. It's
So I don't.
always Hermes's website. I promise you.
Yeah.
As a dedicated Hermes customer, their website has always driven me crazy.
Okay. Well, they don't even have it in stock, so that's the other thing. Let's try it again. Maybe I should just go for uh, the almighty hockey, so we can actually pick. And they probably have better pictures, anyways.
That's a fair assessment.
Right? You see, right there, they have the 24 Faubourg.
Instead of the red GMT indicator. Nice. Tom Broadbent. Hermes website requires an appointment too. You're right. Aussie expat, you are right. Brando, you are breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I did see, on StreamYard, when your signal is fading even one bar, it starts showing up right next to the live timing. So that's why I said, like, it's not just the Hermes website. Patterson, New Jersey, William Carlos Williams, one of my favorite poets. Um, and there, it's a nice, if you like Middle Eastern food, that's the place to go as well in Jersey. It's a great town. Yeah, they started letting kind of the free reign Recently, there are no lines. They just take you in. But yeah, these watches are great. I think I know the case shape is not necessarily everyone's cup of tea, but I think the way they designed this complication, it uses the Vaucher movement base that was designed for them. And then it has a Chronode complication on it for the world time function. The H1837 movement base and the Chronode for this traveling dial.
I think Hermes is knocking it out of the park lately. I think since the first iterations of like the H08 until now, they've just been hitting all the right notes, and Louis Vuitton is taking note and doing better themselves, but I think Hermes is just hitting all the right notes.
Yeah, honestly, I actually like this case design too. I know it's a little unusual, but
I like it.
Still,
they're definitely doing something remarkable.
And one of the things that I like, and others might actually hate when I point this out, the world map in the background is completely made up. It's like a mythological space. You might say, why missed opportunity of actually reflecting an image of the globe, but they wanted to be artistic, they wanted to be imaginative, so there's that. But I think the way they imagined or reimagined the complication in such a poetic way, rather than just doing the city ring that you manipulate either with the crown or the pusher, I think something quite remarkable. I do like the H08 as well, not necessarily at the price point they offer, but on the secondary market, they dipped below 4K recently for a lot of the models. So that is a decent value. Of course, if you are like Drake and you're holding out for the right woman while you stock up on Kellys and Birkins, then you might have to buy it from Hermes itself, but that's another point. I think this is even a good deal with the stainless steel case.
It's beautiful, man.
Which is the smaller one as well. I think it's like 38.5, whereas the platinum one is 41 and has that black DLC titanium bezel.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have a special guest waiting backstage.
Oh,
Oz. Good evening,
how are you
gentlemen.
doing, man?
Catching up on the big H.
Hey, how are you doing, man? How you going, man?
Good. Hoping to do some hiking this weekend. We'll see.
Yeah, you guys are being active, being dynamic, I think, right?
Yeah, just making the most until like summer comes in.
Is the adjustment finally helping with the au pair? Is it giving you a little more time?
Not really, but we're finally in a bit of a routine at least, so it's fine. It's fine. Work's just still crazy. It's not easing up at all.
I like what Thomas says here. They think every country on their map speaks French, but of course, I'll tell you a little story about a French philosopher. And when I was in college, I went to this lecture, and he was talking about Freud and psychoanalysis. So at some point he said, how do you say Freud in English? And everyone said from the audience, Freud. And he said, no, that's not possible. That's how Germans say it. And on the one hand, I was completely mind blown, but it also makes sense because French pronounce every single proper name in their own way to the extent they think that that's how everyone else must do it. So it is what it is. Swinging. Thank you. 199. Forget Kelly and Birkin. Hard enough to get her picotin. Yeah, I mean, anything. Look, I mean, once a business model succeeds, they're not going to let it go. They love their scarcity marketing. And the more you can't get something, the more you want it, unless customer behavior changes, which you can't expect a revolt from people who buy things at retail. It's not going to change. They are going to make everything scarce, so it becomes just as desirable.
But you got to manage the garbage, though. It's not good to have every part of your collection to be that desirable, right? I mean, you got to manage the garbage. You got to give VIPs, they have to buy the garbage too. It's not just for people they don't like. It's the VIPs because they bought the garbage.
It's I mean, if you this is the professor's legacy, man. He introduced this verbiage to our daily speech. Now we talk about garbage.
Hey man, we're not saying they're undesirable items. They're not low quality or something. It's just they're garbage. They're not.
You say it
hardcore.
with a kindness in your heart, huh?
Yeah, I buy Tudor.
Garbage.
Well, frankly, speaking of which, by the way, I'm more intrigued in a way, looking forward to Watches and Wonders in Tudor than Rolex. I'm really wondering about what Tudor is going to release.
I don't want them to do anything. Like, I just don't do
Why?
anything. Well, they've released a lot of watches. There's no way anyone's really caught up with they've released a lot of great watches. There's just no way anyone's like I'm tired. Like there's nothing there that I don't want. Like they've filled everything. They've got a great diver. They've got a good sort of professional diver in the Pelagos line, and that's sort of like bulked out, to be honest, as in there's a Pelagos for everyone now. And they've got a great GMT. They've got a great Explorer 2 GMT. Yeah, maybe the Ranger didn't hit for everyone.
Oh,
okay.
It didn't hit.
Right. But what I'm saying is you can't point to Tudor and say they don't have a field watch, right? And I'd say for most people, just buy the Black Bay 58. Use that as your field watch. It's fine. So, they've got everything, and I don't really need more. Like, people assume, okay, let's get a blue Pelagos 39. No, we don't need a blue right just yet. Let's get a white dial Black Bay Pro. I was like, no, we don't really need a white dial Black Bay Pro just yet. I also don't like the idea either. I prefer it to remain just a 1655, heritage thing, which doesn't have a white dial. So I just hope they don't do anything. I mean, maybe on the outskirts, like the 1926 or something like that. They're really great watches. I mean, they're due for and like the Black Bay 36, they're due for an in-house movement, which honestly, I think for most people's benefit, I hope they don't update, because right now it's affordable. They put an in-house movement, it's going to add like another 20% to the cost, and it's going to make it a little thicker. It will, and a little bit more expensive to maintain. So I don't want Tudor to do anything. Just slow down.
That's actually a good point and a nice perspective. But even the most distinguished brands, when they open a new manufacturer, which Tudor just unveiled, basically, right? They're going after their big brother, really, in the sense that they present themselves now as a wholly integrated establishment, including Kinesi in-house. Of course, Kinesi also makes movements for Norcane, also makes movements for Chanel. Um, Bright has a stake, although at this point it's just the Pelagos movement that goes to them for their super ocean heritage in exchange for the B01 chronograph. But all of that being said, I'm sure there will be one very unique edition, maybe not necessarily a limited edition, but maybe something that will be less permanent in the collection to commemorate that. That's my wild guess. And that they are really pushing it for this one. They have opened a special pop-up store which promises that you don't only get to see the new models, but also buy them on the spot on Monday. So they are certainly releasing something new. I mean, I'm sorry to say, Ozzy.
It's an interesting perspective, though, because part of the reason you wouldn't want to release something new is to finally lend some stability so people can wait for other things they want from, say, Rolex. I do know at least a couple of people that have probably overextended themselves into Tudor when they finally got their AD call for their Rolex.
Oh.
But they do have a little bit of everything. That's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Ozzy is right on that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Ozzy.
No, yeah, they filled out all the gaps. Everything everyone's asked for, they've already put out. So the only thing that it strikes me that they wouldn't do it. People want a smaller GMT, not the Black Bay Pro, but just an actual smaller GMT, like the Black Bay 58's a smaller Black Bay.
Hi, SK, how are you?
Good day.
Hi, how are you guys? Thank you for having me on.
Of course, this is Swinging Kangaroo from the chat.
Yes, that's me.
Love chatting to you, man. Swing
Nice
Kangaroo, exchange words.
Yes. Yes, we
Right.
Ozzy and I spoke, and then in off the stream in private about like the handbags and stuff, and with my experience, and he was asking how do we go about. Not gonna lie, to my experience, I have to consult with my wife. She knows more than I do. I just translate and to him, and that's all I do. And then we
It's
yeah,
a really weird game. So my wife's been doing her
It
research,
is.
and
it is.
there's been a lot of things that have come up regarding fakes.
Oh
That
yes.
I might be doing a
Oh
video on. There's a lady that
yes.
did a video
One.
that seemed to have a lot of mixed
Mhm.
information that are very interesting when it comes to comparison to the watch market, because watch collectors, I think that the thing that I pinpointed ultimately is that watches have a lot of resemblance to collectibles, while bags have a lot more similarity to consumables. As in, there's no point in
Yes.
having like a rookie, Babe Ruth card or something like that if it's a fake. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I've got a
Yeah.
collection of collectibles, but they're all fake. Is that really a collection of anything at all if it's fake? And, you yourself as an owner would say this isn't really a collection other than maybe just a collection of replicas, but you would have no real desire for, say, a replica Babe Ruth card or something like that as a collectible. But for women, and I'm not saying it's a female thing, but the bags are kind of consumable, and so there's less apprehension about it being fake or not fake. And I know there's allegations about one of the big online secondary dealers of handbags that they accidentally sold fakes. And another one is actually the stores
Accidentally-
themselves accidentally selling fakes, because there are women who'll take the bag and then return a fake one in its place, and none of these girls that are SAs really know the difference. You know, they're not trained
Yep.
for that. Like Rolex ADs, you know, the SAs aren't trained to tell the difference between real Rolexes and fake Rolexes. They just don't handle it on a daily basis. They're not watch dealers in that sense.
Right.
And they don't need
Real
to.
quick, actually, I want to call out. We have
ahead.
Captain in the audience, which I think we missed a comment, but it's good to see Captain around. I always
Where
like
is he?
seeing.
I didn't see the comment. Why can't I see the comment?
I think it's a little. It's before like 2 super chats ago, based on the scroll back.
Oh, right. Hey,
But I
Captain.
always like to see somebody from my inner circle in the audience.
Hey, I love Captain, and he's gonna unbox his Lucky Seiko for us soon.
Oh, that's
so I
true.
look
You've
forward
got
to that.
the Rolling Blazers.
JB 999 and killer combo of watch knowledge. Nice to have you all on. Hey man, love you. Thank you.
So Swinton, excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
We
Alex.
actually. Sorry about that.
No worries.
That's
we
all right.
actually just got a. I think they call it the Lucky Daisy
Uh-huh.
Picatinny bag.
Wait, what?
It was about, I don't know, 7-month wait.
Oh, I
Hmm.
see. Uh-huh.
So my experience with Hermes specifically, because it doesn't matter if it's something my wife wants or not, I actually have to manage all the relationships with Chanel, Hermes, Dior, is after I got the business card, started the WhatsApp thread, and then they'll send out regularly that they're getting X in, and I respond every single time. And
Every single time.
I respond. I don't buy something every single time. And then every 2 or 3 times I'll get a headscarf, which is always usable.
Uh-huh.
Something very simple. And then once a year I get a drop of what we're actually waiting for.
Oh, I see. Do you, and you know, I believe the scarf is actually useful more than the dishes. Okay?
Oh, by all means, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any idea? I can have a museum of dishes.
Of what? Sorry,
of
what's
dishes.
this? What's this part of
You
the
know,
garbage
they're-
collection?
No, they're not garbage. Actually, they're nice to use once in a while, like Thanksgiving. You know, you have your family and people over, and you
Oh, a
pull out your
literal
dishes.
dish, like a serving dish.
Oh, they
Yeah,
have
exactly.
they have
Ah.
whole
Yeah.
tea, coffee
You
sets.
know,
They have dinnerware, the works.
it's the dishes, the dog bowls, and what else is but the things that I think we're gonna have to pivot the strategy is that we're gonna get the necktie.
Yeah, see, those are safe
You know?
bets, and they
Yeah, exactly. The necktie is that even though if I don't use it, I can gift it to people like weddings, and people invited me to go somewhere and I have to bring something, right? I just bring that in. I actually can use it some way or another,
yeah.
you know? And
Yeah.
it's and so no, not last week, 2 weeks ago, they offer me, hey, they asked me, hey, Ken, do you want a horse? I was like, oh, the horse, you know, the
Book and
one that
paperweight horses, yeah.
not the small one, the big one,
The
the
$7,000
horse,
one.
the big horse.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the one that Archie has, the one that he get it from his fan in New York, and then he showed me last week. I was like, and he told me that do you know that this horse is not for sale for regular? I was like, yeah, I know that it's like special stuff. So they offered me one, right? And I was like, no, I don't want it. Why do I want a horse? I would. and she looked at me like, because she didn't expect a customer to say that to her, you know. She expected to say, yeah, go ahead and pack it up. So I didn't say that. I said, why do we need a horse?
That's the lady killer move, SK.
And I was like,
I hope your
You know-
wife wasn't with you because
No,
panties drop when
she
you make
she's
these
with me,
comments.
right? And she know it right away. So she had to say something, right? Because I was a little bit, Ali and Aussie and Lot, and when we at a certain point that when you at the edge of the line that you can just cross the line without realizing you're crossing the line. I was there, okay?
Yeah.
And this is what my wife did. She was like, yeah, I mean, she said to her that, yeah, I mean, we have no kids, we have no nannies, and all of her sister has kids, and they all have stuff. But we will have the meeting of the family coming up, so we will take the set of the 2 dishes over there instead. She pivot that way, so the SA just go with the flow. And I was like, at that point, I know that I screw up so bad. And then she
And now you have more dishes.
and she looked at me right with a smile, and I know that smile that is gonna come out with my super chat budget of the month. And I was like, yeah, I know it.
So,
Yeah.
so the horse is like highly desirable. Is that not what you're saying?
No, because people, this is Aussie, Ali Lord. Look, okay, it's a puffy horse. Okay, it's soft. It's
plush,
it's plush. What do you call it?
You're
It's plush.
talking about the boutique exclusive gift. I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Those one. Yeah. And then they have 2 actually in the boutique in my in my state. That we just have 1 boutique open recently about 2 years ago, Hermes, and not so big, but we have a lot of leather goods, only belts and boots, nothing else, and horses stuff, the saddle and stuff. I mean, yeah, that thing,
Yeah.
but the big one, yeah, the big one.
And they're actually, so the way the boutiques are allotted this are based on sales. So
Yes.
they like, not all boutiques will get them, right? And when they get
Yep.
them, there's a fight between the actual associates on who gets to offer them to which customer. And
Yes,
why.
just like Rolex.
But basically, you refused a gift.
Yes, I said
No,
no.
you
I don't
pay
want
for the
that
gift.
horse.
You pay for the gift.
You pay for this? Oh my gosh!
Yes, and it's like I believe it's like $1,200 or something. I don't know,
No.
but about that much. It. Think of this, Lord Ali, Aussie. Think of it as this. This horse that you see, it's a halfway around your wrist of the GMT bracelet from Rolex. Because the GMT is
Yeah,
$2,400, right? Yeah, that thing is a half of it. So it's halfway there. So yeah.
So what I've done, Swinton, with Hermes is that I'll do the ties because ties are great gifts, and I'll do the headscarves because both of the ladies of my life will wear headscarves, right? And then every so often I'll pick up a dish, not a set. I'll pick up like a specific teacup. And what I did the past 2 years is I've actually picked up the cigar ashtrays because they're gorgeous.
Yes, they have full collection now. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that just keeps the tap open. And then once a year we get like an allotment of something that we're really, really waiting for. The other gift, which you pay for, I mean, I shouldn't call it a gift, but the other boutique thing is that I don't know if it's the way the story was told to me is that 1 boutique a year will get the whole saddle and bridle set, and they'll be able to offer that to 1 customer, but that's something like $150,000.
Oh,
Right.
it's my wife's friends. She's in Bangkok, and she's Hermes clients over there, and then she said, "Why don't you guys just let me know?" And then she get her stuff, and then all you have to do is fly to Bangkok and stuff. I was like, because everyone wants something different, not always like a Birkin bag or like a Kelly bag, even though it's those 2, something that the color and then the leather and the hardware is so specific that not something that don't even come to the country that has it because of the fashion and the style. And so we and on the same day we when we were there, they were packing the dishes and the necktie. And then I saw a customer comes in, the client. She has a Kelly with a British green, dark green Kelly bag with a gold hardware. And I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, that color is nice with the hardware, right? And I just told my wife, hey, what's that? Is that the one you want? And she said, no, I just want the Sakura pink, the Picotin 18. And I was like, what's that? Right? She showed me photo and I was like, So when we do a transaction, so I pull my essay and I pull her show her the photo and she was like, oh, that. Well, I've been with the boutique for 4 years. Um, and she just transferred from the bigger cities to here to our state. And she's like, she delivered that one time only. And I look at her. Did you just say it one time in the across of your 4 years experience? She said yes. I was like, okay, can you put on the note that that is her wish list? And she said, okay, we'll do that. I was like, okay, good.
Okay,
That
so
is a
I hate to
gorgeous,
break it to you, buddy.
gorgeous
She was
bag, by
lying
the
to
way.
you.
That's
This
the one. Yep. And I
this
was
is
like,
it's also, I mean, look, the classics are the classics, but this looks very nice and casual and a little, unstructured, so it has a more contemporary feel.
My wife and I
and
like that sort of style.
what
Actually, it really
what
looks good on her.
what is the I do believe that like my wife and I we are a little bit weird. We don't like things that people like because everybody has one. You know what I mean, right? Yes, we do buy something default because they are default for a reason. Okay, we get that. But something that we really, really wanted and that we work hard for it. And it's we want something that we want and we don't give a crap about others think. And then she picked this one. I was like, okay, cool, right? And then across the street, we were in we were in our hometown, Michigan, and then the other week we went to Chicago. We go to Chicago and walk around and shopping, and then there's the big name companies, the Real store. We
Yeah.
walk in there. There's a bag in there, right? Exactly, Picotin 18, Sakura Pink, and then the silver tube, and they were retail at that store about 39 to 45, depending on the size. And I'm thinking to myself, how many dishes that I bought? I could have just come here and buy the damn thing and be done with it.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's absolutely true.
You
I
know?
will
And
note,
then,
I do want to say though that the essay did lie to you. So they
yeah,
always say they've only seen one of these X number of years, and
yeah. I
they are
mean,
told to
yep,
tell you that to make the wait less painful.
yes. Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I know that because of the and this is before I because she saw at that time I was wearing the GMT the Sprite and she saw that and then she was asking that where did you get that? I was like, oh, as the at the one of the AD in town, and she was like, oh, she associated with one of them, and then she told me she know the director of the store, and I apparently good friend with him, and she was like, oh, okay, so we speak into the third person as the same person, and um, and then she realized that okay, I know how this thing works. I just playing around because I don't have a saying with my wife, you know. I just
tell her
playing
to
along.
go put her name on Goyard's list for the
Oh no,
Bohemian
Ali,
Hobosak.
Ali, Goyard. We always get Goyard like in within 1 week max.
Well, no, exactly. So what you want to do is you want
Yeah.
to go get like the Bohemian Hobosak in one of the
Yep.
exclusive colors, like that, the orange they have, or
Yeah.
the yellow even. One of the
It's-
exclusive colors. Walk into
it's-
Hermes with that because those are harder to get. They will suddenly give you the bag you want, like the next week. It will show up, and then go over to the Real
Ah.
and sell the Goyard.
You-
These
yeah,
bastards, man.
it's like it's one of those things that if folks think that Rolex is a pain in the butt, oh, you have no idea, you know. And if some folks pass on Rolex, pass on Hermes, yeah, trying to go buy a Porsche 911. You know, it's like the more things that you think of that is going nuts, and
But
people just
are you saying that Hermes, you're better off just going secondary unless you really, really love
their product
ties and dishes?
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing.
That's how I see it. That's how I see
Their
it.
version
you
of
know?
80 games are worse than Rolex's version of 80 games.
Right.
Yes,
If you
it
were
is.
buying for 5 years to get a Birkin allotment, right, you will outspend gray market like 3 to 1. It's because everything is pricey, right? It's pretty ridiculous. The only benefit is because of the fake situation and having now the blockchain authenticated NFCs like embedded in them and stuff like that. That's the only benefit.
Oh, interesting. They use an NFT for some of these products.
So Chanel, Louis Vuitton on some of their products, Dior, Saint Laurent, Hermes, they have an NFT embedded, an NFC chip embedded.
Cool.
That
Yes.
stores on the blockchain the authentication
Oh,
along
wow.
with the card you get and stuff like that. So the only benefit is for the people who really want that and want to demonstrate, like verifiably so, that it isn't a fake, right?
That's it.
Those people really like that.
But wouldn't that help you on the secondary market as well?
So not yet.
Not much.
Because
Not much.
so the technology that these guys are using was a collaboration between LVMH and Cartier.
Right.
And they have not made it so that a consumer can load the app and authenticate on the fly.
Oh.
So the only people who can do it are actually in the
Just go to the
Chanel
store.
and LVMH stores.
Yeah.
You could, or Cartier, you can walk in and they can actually authenticate the device and then give you a secondary like certificate, right?
Interesting.
So that definitely helps for resale of certain things, but in general, it's not available for like say Grailed or the Real to use, which I think is
Right.
stupid, by the way. But they don't want people to use those markets anyway.
Yes, and also I need to add that you have to come in with the product and talk to the director or the manager of the boutique or the store for that feature.
Sure.
Yeah.
Even
That is a little
yeah.
bit silly to go through the
Yep.
effort of making
even
genuine.
even if you have a product and with the receipt and everything, when you call in for customer service, they will say no, the service is not available. But like Ali said, they can and they will and they have to if you bring everything in front of them and talk to someone who has the power to do so. Yes, they will.
Wow.
By the way, you're looking at
But-
the valet trays right now, Lord, at Goyard.
Mhm.
I have one
Yep.
of their valet trays. It's actually quite nice.
Yes. And you know, they make every color except the light blue.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah, they're quite nice.
that's my obsession.
I'm never going to shop with Goyard again after my experience with them, but I have a good bag from them. I have a valet tray and I have a cigar, two finger.
Goyard is for the BDSM community only, Ali.
That's what you told me. Yeah, they're very French in
it's-
that sense.
Unless you actually enjoy being
Abused.
mistreated and spat upon as a customer, you are not. You can't hang. I mean, you can't shop with them. They put you through the paces for every single piece. I was initially told it was just to begin. You know, after that it would be a breeze. It's still the same, but I like it. You know,
Why is your valet box empty?
Huh? Mine?
Why is it empty?
Mine
Like,
is
isn't
not,
that what's the point?
mine is not empty. Mine is full
Oh,
of
okay. Sorry, I thought
rings
you.
and spare
oh.
bracelets and
Sorry, I thought I saw you pull it up empty. Okay.
No, no.
Big
It's
niches in
full.
the chat reminding me of exactly how expensive my horses are. I should have told my daughter that years ago. I should have been like, I'll get you a donkey, not a horse.
No, this is actually the reason I like these. I mean, Hermes also makes beautiful trays that you can, of course, use as ashtrays or as a vide poche, as this one is. But they have canvas ones as well. I mean, to be honest, or
They do have.
canvas
I don't
much
like the
better.
Hermes canvas or leather valet trays.
But
Don't like
they're
them.
a little too malleable for my liking.
Exactly.
These have a little more.
They
A
roll
little
that
more.
leather so tight that it's exactly like the coin purses they sell, right?
Mm.
And it's way too. They roll it way too tight, so it is flimsy. There's no rigidity to it.
This
And
to
if you
me
throw your
is
keys,
this to me is much better for metal stuff, like whether
exactly,
it's
it's
cufflinks
excellent.
or bracelet watches. It's just great. I wouldn't want to use an actual tray for my watches, especially.
Yeah, I have.
Cufflinks
So I
as well.
have 2 valet trays over to the right of me in my my little home makeshift temporary office, and I put like the G-Shocks in there close to the window, and I put my keys and my wallet. They're lined, and they have enough rigidity that you can pick them up and move them. But the Hermes leather is pressed so tight, there's no rigidity to it. When you lift it up, it flops around. Captain says I need a donkey. This is true. I think after my wife is done with me, I'll only be able to afford a donkey.
But it's the best Goyard boutique that we went, and that give us like all the green lion stuff is in Chicago, LA.
Yeah, for me,
Yes.
the one in Ball Harbor treats
I-
me like trash.
I mean, I've heard so many things like you said, like they treat you like you're like a lower class peasant or something, and I was like, what?
Well, no,
We-
to be
we-
fair, I am a low class peasant. That's a
No,
fair
no.
assessment.
I mean, we are too. I mean, not that. It's like we're not high or anything. We just like, and look, it's like we are young couple walking in there, and we don't expect much, anyways. But Chicago folks treat us really well and help us and everything, and then yeah, and I was like,
So
oh, okay.
what's the primo stuff at
maybe
Goyard?
I really like the wallet for the men. I think, and it lasts me for like 3 years, and I use them extensively. When I said extensively, everywhere, anywhere, every pen, I just like pull out, in and out, and it's the stitching is still there. The color of the fading color is not much.
You have a
present.
pen in your wallet?
I have coins worse than pens. And the color is not shifting at all, and it's but yes, of course, when you put card and stuff, the shape change. That's normal for the leather, and I mean, compared to Christian Dior, is the softer leather. That one needs to be taken care more, but for like tough to use, I mean, they are really really good.
Yeah, I have the Voyage
And
45 and I have the Cresserie 45, so I have 2 of their bags. I prefer the bags I have since gotten from Berluti, but their bags are increasingly hard to get. Like those are the ones people fight over. I apologize. I'm actually getting a strange set of phone calls, so I need to attend to this, gentleman. Aussie, nice to meet you on air. Brando, always good to see you. And Swinton, you guys have a good night. I will let you know as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'll let you know as soon as I get my watch in for that unboxing.
All right,
you guys
I look forward to it.
have a good evening.
Great to talk to you.
Take
yes,
care.
Ali.
I've been thinking about picking this one up. The next time, like if I ever get that call for a Rainbow Daytona, I wanna whip out the bank card out of this thing, out of this puppy.
Well, I mean, you better get a nice pair of shoes, get out of your Crocs, and get something with nice Velcro straps as well for the kicks. Why not?
For sure. There's also a really good Sonic Velcro wallet that's quite charming. Very, very 90s.
I use a sling bag as my and I put my wallet and my car keys and all the coins in as every day, and so that works really well, and then and it's easy to use. Yeah, it looks like what do you call it?
What do you mean by a sling bag? I mean, I know
You know
what
what?
I know, but I mean,
It's a crossbody that
yeah,
like
from like just a sport
uh
brand or something like Columbia or
the
Osprey.
the fanny pack, instead
Yeah.
of using on the waist, you cross on the shoulder instead.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting one of those for hiking just to store
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
drone. But
Yep.
are you just saying like just a sport one, like made out of,
It's
vinyl?
I the one I have is from Supreme.
Oh wow.
So, sorry to
That
interrupt. Ali, 1477, again, cryptic message, even with the amount. Thank you as always. Thank you, Ali. It's always a pleasure to have you on board, have you on the panel. Um, they have become popular again. They're one of those items, cross shoulder or worn as a fanny pack. Now,
yes.
the
I think it's
kids
very
wear them ironically.
Yeah, I think it's
The
very
the
practical, but it's not very flattering on me. As in, like, it sort of
yes.
accentuates parts of my body I don't need accentuated.
It's
I'm not a hugely overweight guy, but if you throw a sling bag across me, and it'll form a crease right where I don't need the
I
emphasis.
understand. Yes. It's like if when I met you in Vegas, I have a um I have a crossbody
Hmm.
purse on. It's like a pouch, but I use it as my bags and my wallet. So
Yep.
that's my go-to ones. So I know things is there. It's like for the it's a little bit more secure and stuff. But yep. But
Yeah.
it works. It's like when you have like a room keys, car keys in there. It's like right on your disposal, and in my state, we can have a little bit of protection, and then we can have it in there as well, so that
Mhm.
works as well for me. And yeah, and then when it go pick up, like when I take delivery on the watches, I mean, I don't, not that I don't want to disrespect them. I do dress a little bit, but I still have the bags on and stuff. It's
Mhm.
just maybe I know them a lot, so I can dress whatever I want to go in there, pick up a watch and stuff. So I feel more safe that way.
Yeah.
That's just how I go. I mean, I don't need to business casual put on a three-piece suit just to go pick up a watch. That's, to me, is a little bit too much, but it's different experience.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just for the Rolex. Maybe one day when I go pick up my ALS Lange and Zollner, then I will have to put on like more like a traditional and go a little bit more formal.
Mhm.
Because just to get appointment in New York City for ALS, for us, for me, is not easy. I have to put up on inquiries on the website and then follow up with
Hmm.
them, talk to the manager and spoke with them. He assigned with the
I think you'll have an easier time in
personnel,
Vegas. Like ALS
and
is
it's,
part of Beluso, so the part of a chain
oh,
and
I
like a
see.
multi-brand and stuff. And I know
Mm,
the director of Beluso there, so it's
yeah,
not.
but this one is their own boutique, and
Yeah.
I was like, okay, maybe it's a nice experience. I never had this kind of experience before, and I want to know more about the brand. I mean,
S-
listening to,
SK, well, one thing I will say in their defense, things may have fallen through cracks because uh, once I stepped into the South Coast Plaza boutique, it was always the greatest experience. You know, they take their time, especially when you have an appointment. They have at least a full hour for you and just for you. After that, you know, I know Detroit to New York is not a bus ride, but whenever you're in town, I'm sure they would be more than happy to welcome you, just to treat you and chit chat.
Yes.
Having known them in South Coast, I also just dropped in New York, and they were like, "Do you have an appointment?" I'm like, "No, I'm just gonna browse," and they were like, "Oh, okay, come in." uh, and you know, because I mentioned, you know, I know this and that person from Costa Mesa, and they were like, "Oh yeah, of course, good, please," you know. And you know, when it comes Captain, thank you so much. 4.99 rowing blazers. I never, you know, to me, how I put myself together is first and foremost about how it makes me feel and how it makes me step into my shoes, you know, how it gives me a certain kind of confidence. So I do sometimes in a way play dress up when I go to these kinds of places, but once they know you, it's certainly not necessary. It might, in certain contexts, make a difference for the first impression, but in that case, I'm not even sure if I want to leave that first impression in a place that judges me purely by my appearance. Because when it comes to that, I know certain people treat me differently when I have my beard grown
Hmm.
out, and they treat me nicely when I'm clean shaven and compliment me. Oh, like, you know, you clean up really well, as if it implies that I'm dirty when I have a beard. So, you know, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I think, especially when it comes to the so-called luxury experience, uh,
Right.
you know, no, I mean, I'm talking to the audience, not to you specifically, so don't take it the wrong way. But
No,
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 you
I understand.
know your value. You hold the power. You have the money. So that's the game they are playing. I'm not saying that you
And
you're
is
entitled to
this
mistreat someone yourself as a customer just because you have the money, but don't
no? I
let
mean,
them walk over you, you know, because
yes,
it is your money that you are spending, not theirs.
right.
So
I mean, I appreciate that, and then I truly understand that is the. I mean, our business is based on hospitality ourselves. I mean, I truly understand that. That's why I am more comfortable with that level. It just that it's the standalone boutique from the brand
mm,
without any franchise that control them. Is this is this is going to be my first time on that regard, and I was like, okay. And but I actually told him on the phone that, okay, this is going to be my first time experience with standalone boutique, and they understand. And then they was like, okay, don't worry about it. We had a time set up, and then we just everything more than you want to see. And then on the email I submit in the little Lange one, and they say, yeah, we happy to show you whatever we have in store at that time, this and that. And I was like, oh, okay. And it's we'll see how it goes. And it's the it's I was I always think to myself that when this is me, I don't know if somebody else or not, when you thinking about watches and stuff, from 0 to 5,000, you use one mindset. From 5 to 10,000, you use one mindset. 5 to 10 to 20, you use another mindset. And when you go above 20, for me, is uncharted water. You know, I cannot just go blindly just because someone said it's great. I have to see it. I have to try it on. I have to see it for myself, and I have to go brand from one brand to another. Just because it is popular or it is hype, it may or may not be good for us. That's what I'm saying.
mhm.
And I told him that this is what I told him, and they're like, "Thank you for telling me this." And then because the person told me that nobody talk like this, not everyone, you know, and then they will be happy to show me around and stuff. I was like, wow, that's great. So yeah,
What do you think people normally say?
I don't
Like,
know.
what's the contrast to that? I mean, like, that sounds like pretty normal. Like, I'd
I,
like to try, I'd like to see it. I can't guarantee you I would buy sight
yeah,
unseen, so
because
don't.
maybe I approach them way too serious,
Mhm.
because it is serious. To me, it is serious. When you're about to dedicate yourself, about to spend about that kind of amount, whether it be MSRP or you liked it and you go secondary market with better price, it doesn't matter. At the end of the consumer, you still spend that range. It's just where you buy it from. That's it, right? And it's so I have to tell them that so they know where I'm coming from, where's my standing.
Mhm.
That is important to me. So they don't expect me to be XYZ. And I
Mm.
don't like when people expected something from me. I want them to know me as who I am, what I'm looking for, what I want, and this is my goal. Can you help me to reach my goal? And then we will work it out. Or you can introduce me or teach me or show me something or something. Maybe not here or I go somewhere else. That is my goal. And I hope
And
they understand that.
SK,
Yeah.
the thing about Lange is, of course, there are collectors who are already established with other brands and they want something very specific from Lange and they might not be able to deliver that immediately. So people get frustrated. But for someone who is starting off and who is passionate about the brand, they're actually quite clear about what you can and what you can't get, what you can get in line for at any point in time, now that we have surpassed and gone over the silly season for watches where they had to
Right.
pretend that nothing was there, uh, now you can walk into a Lange boutique and they will have any number of Lange ones, for example. Last time I was in New York, they had the one with the diamond bezel of the watch you're looking for, the rose gold with the chocolate dial. Um, they have, Lange one, Grand Lange with moon phase. The chronographs are usually an 8 to 12 month wait where you have to put down a third of the deposit.
Hmm.
Any other watch, if they don't have it in stock, it's a maximum 3 month. And the Odysseus stainless steel, it's practically unobtainable. White gold, after you get a Lange one from them, they will put you on the wait list for it. So it's pretty clear horizon. You know what you can get.
Right.
If you're starting with a Lange one and you want to move on to something else, they have a pretty clear path to it. And they are generally very passionate people about watches. With Rolex, you have such a large network of ADs. A lot of the sales associates are just good sales people, sometimes not even that. They have worked in different aspects of the luxury business, but they don't not everyone has the capacity to learn about watches. Whereas when you deal with a brand like Lange or Vacheron Constantin, a lot of times it's a self-selected group. These people care about watches. They know about their watches, uh, and they are the kind of salespeople, again, who will play it off with you. If you don't know anything about their brand or even about watches in general, they will educate you. If you know a little bit, they will use that knowledge. if you know more than them, they will not be exasperated. They will try to learn from you. So it's a great brand, honestly. And I don't, again, my ultimate judgment was it must be a self-selective group, because there's no way that they can sustain that kind of quality with just corporate training.
Do those comments apply to AP?
No.
No. I haven't tried that yet. I haven't tried that yet. But listen, it's the Lord and Aussie is the Lange as a brand from my culture in Thailand. Lange is such a powerful brand for people who is in power, usually in high up in the military high officer ranking and the politics. And in Thailand, they offer white glove service for Lange customers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't go there; they come to your home. That is like, and in our Thai watch community, and we have a lot of big collectors that receive the Odysseys, not in boutique. They coming to their home, deliver in their living room. I was like, and they took photo and video. I was like, it's it's so opposite to America and stuff, and it's and I understand that different country has different procedures, and that it changed your perception of the brand completely. And when you have people who actually experience them within the community that I know, and they recommend this, they recommend to go try on. They wear a little bit big. I have a tiny wrist, 5'8", 5'9" inches. That's why I aim for like there's another person in community bondage. He recommended that have unisex one is a little long. Then I look at it and I was like, oh, this might work, because they have elongate lots that extended.
Yeah.
It's even though that it said 37, with the elongate one, it become a little bit more. Yeah, and I was like, oh, I need to try it on. When you are about to commit something, this kind of transaction, you have to try it on and see it for yourself and learn about it, and then come home, sleep on it, and then commit it, give it a go. Not just like, yeah, someone somewhere just said it's good, and then you go ahead and buy it. I mean, we are not in that stage level of the wealth yet, so we can't do that. So that's why.
And have you tried the classic Lange one before?
No, I have not. Okay. I will. That is why.
Look, I mean, it's they're both great. I think the Grande is slightly out of proportion, as Ali said, but beyond going to that, I mean, it is way too big for my wrist. I like the classic 38.5 because it's a watch that it's a statement watch. So if it looks a little larger than what you're used to, it's okay. I don't think it's too big for a dress watch to begin with, but the little Lange one is actually great. The only thing that makes its presentation somewhat feminine is the straps they put it on for presentation. But even out of the, if you are buying it, even out of the boutique, I'm sure they will give you whatever strap you want as long as they have it in stock anyways. But since you're getting either one or the other, get an extra strap. And like I suggested in the beginning, have your wife keep it safe for you, and once every so often you will ask for a permission to wear it on your strap.
Yeah, I mean, you know what funny is that she's wearing a two-tone Daytona every chance she got. Ozzy know about this because I told him so many times that um, I I I need to get her the two-tone root beer in order for me to get that one back.
SK, the thing is, I remember the first time I moved to Los Angeles and started going to Beverly Hills, uh, I would see it on every single housewife on off Beverly Hills's wrist. The Daytona, and especially Daytona in two tone and in gold, was was the unisex watch in Beverly Hills before people started getting scared, after the pandemic, to wear luxury watches in certain places. I think
Yep.
common sense is necessary. I think people should be careful. I don't think it's as bad as some people make it out to be. But a little bit of caution and
Right.
situational awareness didn't hurt anybody. So I won't I won't say there's no danger or threat. But anyway, before that happened, people were wearing these things, and almost every single you know glitzy woman in Beverly Hills used to wear a Daytona. So
No, it's like when you have like a solid gold Lange on, people don't know what it is, so they get aware of you instead of like you have like a well-known like yellow gold dated on. They know exactly what it is,
Hmm.
but it's like where we live is more calm. I'm not saying is that it's not a bad thing out there. We just be cautious. That's all. But she liked that one the most. Is one is in trend and it's easy to go with the casual outfit, and it can blend in with the formal outfit, which we hardly get into, but that will be easily blend in as well. That
Hmm.
that that is why is the gold and the precious metal and the two tone become more trendy. Not just because we cannot get stainless steel, so we have to buy the two tone. No, it's not like that. It's the it's another level of the fashion in the current generation. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, and that's what
yeah,
I'm trying to say is, and not every two tone will give you the same look. I mean, I got my mom the two tone Explorer one. She loves it so much. She wears everywhere she goes, and then it gives her the confidence more than her just two tone 26 mil that's in service right now. I told Ozzy that yeah, I just sent it to service after 30 years. Is when I whine it, it's so loud. It's so loud, like it's rusty inside. I have to okay, this is it. I have to go drop it in service, and yeah. And then,
SK, the
but
thing is, the first luxury watch that I bought with my own money was the classic root beer, the transitional reference with the nipple dial, so 16753. And I used to wear it on the Jubilee bracelet almost exclusively. Nowadays, in general, both, it's part of the caution as well. I wear a lot of my watches, a lot of my Rolex watches on the leather band because they're already so recognizable, in combination with a Jubilee bracelet, the Cyclops, or the Oyster bracelet, so on and so forth. I don't have a Daytona, so that's not a problem. But the Daytona in and of itself, the dial is, I think, by now so iconic that it's very eye catching. But I remember when two tone watches were not cool, like you said, they came back with vengeance now. It's not a coincidence that more and more brands, even brands that were not known for making two tone watches, and Rolex always was at the forefront of the two-tone craze in the 80s and 90s. It's in fashion now, both with young people and older people always love them in a way. So that never went away. Mr. GMT, 5 Australian dollars. Glashütte Original is a very underrated brand and always overlooked. What's your thoughts? And remember to always stay sexy. Thank you, my sexy friend, Mr. GMT. Can we get a Oppa for Mr. GMT? I know he has the.
Oppa.
Thank you. I know he has the Panomatic Lunar, and I really like Glashütte Original as a brand. They were already up and running in the 90s before Swatch Group took them over, and they're still, I think, doing great things for the price point. At retail, sometimes it hurts to look at them, but on the secondary market, they always provide great value. But I'm gonna pull up the Panomatic Lunar.
I looked at Glashütte Original for the first time with Jamie Opulence when he was there in Vegas. Looked interesting. I think he was showing me one that had like the reversed movement. I think that was a Glashütte.
I think that's the inverse, they call it, Panomatic
Right.
inverse, if I'm not mistaken. Now, GMT, I don't exactly know what metal do you have it in, but here's the one in pink gold, the moon phase, the oversized dates, small seconds. Now, they usually get a lot of flack for this being a rendition of Lange 1. I can see why people say that, but overall, they have a lot of different lines that are proper to themselves, highly unique. I really like the 60s and 70s series they have as well. The chronographs they make in those watches are of particular interest to me. I also like their practice of kind of releasing special editions of some of their watches every year. I love these divers, CQ divers, with the panorama date. They have a chronograph version of that more recently. 2 register with the big date at 6 o'clock. Honestly, to me, in a way, that's where they excel. And they also have, as Ozzy was just mentioning, in the Panomatic series, they have these new inverse with that swan neck regulator. They now have like a cityscape design on that 3/4 bridge plate. And I think these pieces, unlike many other Swatch Group watches, actually don't have the silicon balance springs, the ones that have the exposed versions. So I think they're great watches. I would buy them on the secondary market just as a precaution, let someone else eat the loss. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I like Glashütte Original, but that I'm already biased towards German brands, Mr. GMT. I'm sure you knew that already. So if you were looking for a pat on the back, got it.
You were just talking about two-tone SK, and I think to some extent
Yeah.
wearability and sort of what feels right.
No, I mean like what I'm saying is like for a seriousness is that I mean for the two-tone watches, think about it. It just two-tone is more than just bluesy. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean like for example, like if you think about Rolex, they offer more than just Submariner in blue.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, it's like, and people has their own preference. It's not about the watch, it's about what you can wear and you present yourself and make the watch look 10 times better.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah, that's what that's my point is that it's just because you want a two-tone or you buy a two-tone, I mean some folks like they really liked it, but the people around them said it's a dog crap or it's a bad buy or this that. Just don't look down upon yourself. It's just my point is think about like what you want and what you like and what you can bring it more of you, and
yeah.
it will shine, it will spark.
You know,
For sure. I mean, in person, these are gorgeous watches.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to add something to that as well. Look, this is something that I really learned from women, and primarily my mom. Right? I remember I think it was one of my first paychecks ever, on my first real job. I got her as this beautiful necklace in pink gold, and for the longest time she wasn't wearing it, and I was personally offended. And then I had to ask, right, risking my some heartbreak in the process. I said, well, why aren't you wearing it? I got you this necklace. And she said, well, it doesn't match the rest of the jewelry I have. More recently, as she gets older, she gets more minimalist. So she nowadays she just wears that necklace, and it makes me really happy. But all this goes to say, a two-tone watch, especially for a woman, but also for someone who likes wearing different kinds of jewelry, and increasingly men wear more and more jewelry as well, allows you to mix and match both ways. So you can wear something in silver in combination. You can wear something in white gold or platinum. You can also wear something that matches that shade of gold, whether it's yellow or pink. For people who like to accessorize more than just watches, I'm mostly just a watch guy. It's an option. It's something that, SK, like you said, broadens your horizon a little bit, right? Rather than sticking to that mold of what everyone else likes. It's something that opens up different options for you and gives you a different chance to express yourself.
Yeah, it's that's my point exactly. It's like the reason that I every day that if I have to go do some heavy activities, I wear my Oyster Special, and it's just like comfortable, and some light activity, then I grab the GMT and stuff.
Mhm.
I hardly wear the Submariner,
Interesting.
not because I don't like them, because it's that if I put on the sub and I go somewhere to meet some people, everybody has one, and that's bugging me. When you try to do something, when you achieve something, when you go to your goals, and then you realize that your goal is just nothing more than a standard that everybody has one. This may sound like I am a douchebag, okay? I maybe sounds like I'm an a-hole, Yes, I get that. Submariner is not an easy watch to get. I understand that. People waiting for years just to get one. People buying crap just to in order to get it. I understand that. People buying over retail for it. Yes, I do get it. But when you pass all of that, and then when you go on something and meet, say I meet five people on the table and I have to sit and have a dinner with, and everybody has one, and now you feel like, why I have to do all of that for this? Do you understand?
I
It's
get
like
it.
you
Um,
you work so hard, right, to achieve your goal, and then you reward yourself with, say, for example, in this case, some man.
mhm.
Nothing wrong with the wash. Nothing wrong with the wash. Okay, but when you have it, and everybody that you hate had one, that is why it's in the box.
Yeah,
I I I am I I I am proud of myself to put on my 34 millimeter black oyster perpetual, and anywhere I go, whatever I do, I mow my lawn, I shovel my snow, I talk to my contractors, we talk to my people, and with work and stuff. I am proud of that watch more than Submariner, and I'm sad about it every day. And I yeah, that is me. I know I'm weird. I know I'm crazy, but it's like this. You ask yourself. You do all of this. You put on the hard work. You sacrifice so much to get somewhere, to do something, to reward yourself with something, and then you look outside, look everywhere. You just try to be just like everybody else. That's make me upset on myself. So I was like, okay. I asked my AD, my guy, I want a Daytona. Give me the two-tone black dial. I don't want a white dial. And he looked at me like, really? I was like, yeah, okay, that's it.
yeah. I understand. Understand what you're saying. I won't offer anything like really different. But I have been wearing my watches like one at a time and just forcing it to do everything. So I was hiking last week, and with this, I'll be hiking again with it. And also, my wife getting her date just the Palm DJ. Um, it made me think about, and she's doing the same thing. Like she's not swapping between watches for different things. About what are actually one watch watches and which ones are versatile. And that's what was intriguing me about the two tone, because after my wife getting the gold Daytona and now getting the steel Daytona, it sort of boxes in the Yacht Master, which I consider sort of like a modern two tone. If you go Oyster Flex, it's a combination of rubber, ceramic, and gold rather than, full gold. And there's like the Yachtmaster's like just the best watch. In my opinion, like that rose gold Yachtmaster is just so good because it can play high and play low all at the same time effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Ever Rose Gold Yachtmaster is just way more appropriate going out and doing sporty things and like going out on a hike or something like that than this thing, the Daytona. Um, Meanwhile, if I want to do something special, yeah, the Daytona is good, but it's a really good watch in a collection. Um, I think out of my collection right now, the Submariner is the one that I would go with most of the time. It's just really versatile. I don't mind wearing it for sport. It's flashy enough in most occasions. It's a really good watch to just be your one and done and be your one watch. Um, it doesn't
Smart.
bother, the fact that a lot of people have it um, is fine. It's sort of like a classic. It's sort of like I wear Converse Chuck Taylors. You know, I like them because they're sort of like standard default, but they have a very long heritage. They're sort of a no nonsense sneaker, right?
Unlike your Crocs.
Yes.
Wait, what?
I wear Crocs as well. Where are they?
No, rather you
Oh.
wear Crocs 90% of the time.
For sure. But yeah, I think that like mixing it up with a little bit of precious metal can be a better one watch than the steel sub. And if I had to, it would be this Ever Rose Gold Yachtmaster. But apparently, Rolex are going to force me to buy titanium Yachtmaster pretty soon, so we'll see.
Hey, we have been waiting for that one quite patiently and for a while yet, since we saw it on Sir Ben Ainsley's wrist. So hopefully it will come out finally.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
no date. Go ahead.
it's when I see the 16 seconds from Rolex makes people around the world talk about it for weeks. Okay, it just and a split second when you see the Explorer and supposed to be Explorer 2 or not. Now I have a crazy idea is that they're gonna turn Explorer lineup Explorer 1 and 2 to be titanium. Both of them.
I don't think there's any evidence they're doing anything with the Explorer 2. I'm not saying it's not a reasonable guess. They're very, very, they're the
Yeah.
most tool watches in their lineup, so it would make sense.
Right?
In addition to the
It's-
Sea Dweller, right? The Sea Dweller is also,
Yeah.
the supreme professional watch.
It's I mean when you think about it, I was like, okay, all right, cool. Whatever they're gonna release on Monday. And when when the leaks come out like a couple weeks ago, like the supposed to be the catalog printed from the
Right.
factory leaks. Yes. So I spoke with my AD, right, and then they said this. Look, you want to bet? If they're out of whatever you claim to be, you pick one. And if they don't release anything like that, you have to buy whatever I call you for. And I was like,
yeah, that's a confident bet.
oh shit. I was like, are you serious? He was like, yeah. What? Pick one. Whatever you claim to be the leaks of the printed factory from the printed machine that leaks it. Yeah, if they release it and they actually release it, you will be one of the 3 people that who get on it.
Yeah.
But if they don't release any of that, you will have to buy whatever I call you for the first week. I was like, yeah, meet me tomorrow and we'll have a handshake and we'll give it a go.
But I mean, from your perspective, I mean, is it really that enticing? I mean, do you actually like any of the models you think they're going to release?
To me, I really want to see the one that with the rose gold and the dark blue dial and the Cellini. That's it.
So a new Cellini. Okay.
The Cellini that they tease about. Okay, that's one. I want to see that, and the dark blue dial with the rose gold crown, the coronet with the second hand. That one I want to see what it is.
I just want to back up onto like your previous thing. You think the Explorer 1 will be titanium? I think that's what we saw in the teaser. It blows me away though. I mean, they just did the anniversary of the Explorers, and we got new
With
watches,
the rose gold.
brand new watches,
With the two-tone.
including the Explorer 2. Well, what do you think is happening? Like, I mean, what do you think is what you see? Because I agree.
I
This
mean-
looks like a titanium Explorer.
No, I mean, to me, what I can perceive to see is that Explorer 1, it will be 36 titanium. Explorer 2, it will be the same but titanium. And for the GMT, they will throw in the
The
black.
black gold, yeah. But on
With the
do you think they do Explorer 2 this year? Because I don't think that's seen in the video here.
I feel like, you know, everyone thought that was a GMT. That particular piece looks like, I mean, again, you know, I will go back to what I said at first. I think this is like a Rorschach test. Like everyone sees what they want to see. For me, I thought I saw an Explorer 2 with red writing and a fixed bezel, probably in bimetal, like you know, two-tone Explorer 2. Maybe I'm completely
Oh,
wrong.
wait, hang on. Don't tell me that you have an idea of the two-tone titanium with the gold.
No, I don't. But why not? I mean, you never know.
But
You never know.
the actual GMT hand is visible in that shot.
Right.
Let me.
Yes. And
Pull it up. Let's
and-
see.
and-
I've
and
linked
the
in the private
writing.
chat.
and the writing on the, you know, when they say GMT Master 2 on the bottom, the
But
2
it
and the
says 2.
chronometers is lined up exactly. I actually pull my watch just to look at it, and it's matched. I was like, oh my god, two-tone
I do have a link
GMT.
in the private chat. Yeah,
This-
so
this?
the GMT hand is actually visible there.
Yep. But if it's gonna be if it were a two-tone two-tone Explorer 2, they would probably do something with the GMTN 2, don't you think? I mean, again, I'm not really arguing over this because, you know, I don't have anything to stand
No,
on.
I mean,
over
we-
it.
Mhm.
Purely
we-
speculation.
Mr. Lord, we don't have anything.
And you know, my other off the cuff guess about that 369 dial, and we were talking about entry points to the brand, what you called garbage after the
Yes, it's you know
maybe they will renew the OP again with like a brushed bezel, a new
Yes,
369 dial.
No, it's what I have in mind is not that. What I have in mind is that, you know, it's the blue dial with the rose gold, that one, and then I look at the coronet and the word Rolex, right? And today, Mr. Bear said it's engraving instead of painting over the dial, and then I look at my watch, the OP. I look at with the magnified glass, and I was like, wait a minute, what if they just saw the opportunity that Oyster Perpetual is just a trendy watch, a fashion watch, that it's just for a young generation want to get into the brand,
So
and they're gonna throw a rose gold two-tone on the OP.
So I have a link to that image. I honestly don't know. A
Why do
lot
you
say
think-
this hand is the Cellini second hand, but in the
Right.
top left corner, this looks like an indice.
Thank you, Pauli. 199 pounds sterling, and Stiefel. I have completely given up on dating in my neck of the woods, but that always sucks. You know, when you go out for one reason or another, even if you were on a date yourself, I'm sure, if it is someone you valued and loved in a certain way, it's always hard to see them with someone else, hard to see that they have moved on. It's always tough to deal with those feelings. So I feel for you, because I found myself in that place many times over. So, but don't give up on yourself. Maybe, suspend even the chase for a little bit, work on yourself, and people will come to you. That's always been my belief.
I provided a link. I think this is almost certainly a sky dweller.
Nice, nice, nice. With those thick indices, of course. That's where you
Yeah,
got the
we're sort
idea.
of looking down and across to it. It's the same second hand.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know what this image tells us about like what to expect from it, but to me, it's almost certainly a sky dweller. Like, it's not a scratch. It's already in precious metal. It's got the right hand. It's got the large indices over there. It could still be an OP, but the fact that the OP just doesn't come in precious metal right now makes it just that much more of a stretch.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think the OP, that they just want that to turn back into garbage. Honestly, like, they've got a huge issue right now with the fact that it's so desirable.
Just the fact that my wife, she wants the candy pink 36. I was like,
just be really nice to OC. Why OC? Oz. Just be really nice to Oz. Maybe he'll sell one to you.
Yeah, it's up to you. If they
No, I mean,
discontinue it, I'm gonna guess you'll be more interested.
we he talked about it in the private chat, and I was like, oh, cool. In my head, I was like, because I know that my AD, they don't get OP in often.
Yeah,
It's and my brother, he wants the Explorer 2 Polar, which is one of the top 5 hardest watch to get.
yeah. It was hard.
And I and he's not a watch guy, right? He's into he worked in the fashion designer industry, and he liked it because of the white dial and the contrast with all the black markers and the orange hands, and he was like, "This is the one."
I
Out of
want to
the
say that
all,
the contrast level on the new generation one, the 226, it's addictive. Like, it's just so black,
yeah,
and it's so
and
white. It's really
and
beautiful.
and you throw orange in there, and he's a big guy, so he
Yeah.
has a wrist for it. I don't, and he does, and then I was like, okay. I was like, anything else? We look on every single model. He said, no, 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 no. And then I pull out the Submariner, right? And he said, no, not that one. Everybody has one. And then I laughed, and he was like, what? Why are you laughing? I was like, no, don't worry about it. And then GMT, nope, not the GMT. This, nope, not the gold. No, oh, I like this one. And I was like, in my head, I was like, oh my god.
My wife's a
For
designer
me-
as well, and she likes the Explorer 2 for that reason as well. Just
For-
aesthetically, it's just sick.
No, it's people think it's easy to get. It's this and that. I was like, oh hell no. It's
Yeah.
it's easier to get, easier to pull a Submariner or the Batman.
By far. I had to
Better
advise
than
someone,
that.
like, I had someone, it'd be their first purchase, and they say, I want an Explorer 2. I'm like, Look, I don't know why you want the Explorer 2, but if it has anything to do at all with the fact that you think it would be easier than some other watch, like don't
Hell
do
no.
that. Like don't do that. Like it's
Hell no.
yeah.
Speaking from experience, no, 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 no.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just get it on the grey market. It's just
Yeah.
it's underappreciated, but it is not common.
Oh, and I have the allocation order for the Wimbledon Datejust 36.
Hmm.
Smooth bezel, oyster bracelet.
Ah, cool.
That is
Very cool.
that is allocation order coming, and that is for my mom, not for me.
Mhm.
She wants something that is more casual, it's more blingy. So she switched between the Explorer 1 two-tone and that, and I was like, oh, okay. And so, but it's been 6 months and it's not coming in yet.
I think
Usually-
anything on Oyster and Smooth is just not that common.
Right. Because usually every time that I have allocation order, it comes in between 4 weeks to 3 months. This one is take quite some time.
Speaking of the influential figure in the community, El Professor is with us. Ozzy is biting your tongue here, El Professor. He's using your language now. He's using your verbiage. He's using your jargon. What do you think about that?
What is he saying? Good morning.
Garbage.
Hi,
garbage,
Professor.
garbage.
Hey.
Hi.
He broke his internet connection with his enthusiasm. I heard the tail off end of those packets just got lost.
No, it's this. Professor always tell me that stop buying watches and keep buying more duplex.
Yes, please.
So I can have my duplex and I have more professor in the university staying there. That's what he said.
Yeah, he just wants a nice place to stay when he drops by in Detroit, I think, right?
Yes. Mm.
So how you been, Professor? What do you think about all this back and forth going on about Rolex on the eve of Watches and Wonders?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, you know. for it's not very far from what we said, right? Although people will have their own views. Clearly, they will produce a lot of interest once again because this is how they get their bread and butter. I was I was in one of my excursions yesterday, and the authorized dealers because I'm now in Switzerland, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
Why?
I'll tell you because the Swiss they besides having watches and bankruptcies.
Watches and bankruptcies. That's they should change the name. It might be more fun.
Speaking
Exactly.
of changing names, yeah, maybe I should change the name of the channel to that, and we can
Watches and
lean even more heavily on your expertise.
I love it.
They have a pretty to be fair, besides chocolates and watches, they need to decide if they're going to have banks in Switzerland.
That sounds like two things. It reminds me one of Gandhi's provocative words when they asked him, "What do you think about Western civilization?" It would be a good thing. Two, it reminds me also of I saw at some point this Instagram post by Pen Chalet, which mostly sells luxury pens, but they stock a lot of Dupont as well. So they had a post saying, "Did you know that Dupont also made lighters?" And I just couldn't keep myself. So I said, like, what next? You are going to tell me Montblanc makes pens? It's Swiss have banks now?
Yes, apparently, well, they have one which failed, and they have the other one that hasn't failed to bail it out. And there are a lot of concerns about the bailout, plus all the bondholders who have lost their money as of now, and people are wondering what is going to happen. Having said this, there is a huge concern in the European banking system that our friends next door, the Germans, are having a substantial financial crisis in the banking sector.
Professor,
Yes, sir.
however, I think we need to understand that on YouTube, when a government official says their banking system is strong and well capitalized,
Oh,
we need
yes.
to STFU and also agree that it's very strong and well capitalized, even if behind the scenes they've already sold the bank.
And then
Exactly.
and then we do exactly the opposite.
No,
I think that's
what
the
the
point,
Swiss
yeah.
did. They were telling everyone nothing's wrong, well capitalized, no problem. They had already told Credit Suisse, you have to be sold to UBS by Monday. They already cut everything off. It was already done deal in their mind. They were still telling everyone everything's fine. Nothing's wrong.
Absolutely. And I think that is the biggest concern. Going into the weekend, the concern now is Deutsche Bank and what happens. Yes, yes, yes. There was a drop in the share price of Deutsche yesterday by 14%, which is nothing close to the Silicon Valley drop in one day. What was it, 60%, or the other one that was trading?
Well, there was a lot more telegraphing, right? They were trying to do
Yeah.
a stock issuance to raise capital, right? So there was a lot more to go on that,
Yeah.
your money if you kept it in their stock wouldn't be good. This Deutsche thing, they're doing a little bit better job of keeping the public unaware of whatever's going to
Yeah,
happen
of what is
next.
going on. And when you see the Chancellor of Germany announcing that there is no problem, as you guys said,
Oh,
then
he did that? Okay, good.
yeah,
Good.
yesterday, yeah, he
not
said
a problem then.
no problem.
That's good.
There's no problem.
Like Biden said the same thing, right? He said, tremendous strength in the U.S. banking system. So that was the point when I was like, I better move my money out of Bitcoin and put it straight into a nice term deposit at my local regional bank.
Yes, in the case of the U.S., Janet Yellen came out and said, "Oh, by the way, we're not going to secure all deposits," and that's what started creating a lot of havoc in the U.S. banking system now.
Yeah.
Because what they did with Silicon Valley, just not to lose everybody, with Silicon Valley, what they did is that they secured everybody's deposit, even at the threshold of 250, which was the minimum FDIC. Everybody below and above got secured. So, yeah.
Messy,
Anyway,
messy. Yeah, I mean,
it's messy.
even me, I'm not even sure if I should keep my watches in the local bank because, I mean, yeah, they'll never technically be the bank's assets, but if there's a bank run, it's not like they're going to open the door to me so I can get my watches out. It's I don't really need to. I don't really want to trust the process. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think overall what they're telling us is that banks are better securitized now than what they did in 2008, 2009. That's what we're being told. But
But with yeah,
yeah, here in Switzerland they have a big problem, which is called Credit Suisse, and watches and bankruptcies is in Geneva, and I'm sitting in Zurich with some serious Swiss people that I have to pretend I like.
Trust
So
me, Professor, trust me, the feeling is probably mutual. Swiss
like
have,
so
I would still.
Swiss have mastered the art of pretending that they like you, whereas they are completely neutral.
I would still love
so
to go. I mean, I need some really. I just need to catch up on some good bread, some good
I
quality
thought you were
bread.
going to say I really need the Swiss women.
No,
I was going to wonder what is he talking about.
no,
yeah,
just bread. I would be there just for the bread.
Uh,
Okay.
speaking of Swiss kindness, Piruka, since you're in Zurich, says let's meet.
Sure, if we can, yes. I mean, I have meetings starting in practically half an hour. Well, 1 hour, 1 hour. Sorry, I got the watch wrong. But we can do it in the afternoon if these guys let me.
There we go. We are like Nokia, connecting people.
Nokia.
That's
You
how
know,
you
it's
know I'm an old head.
no, not at all. It's you know, when I first introduced Nokia, is the one that it's like you have a cooler with you all the time. You know, your cell phone is the size of a camping cooler that you have to carry around. It's not a dinosaur bone telephone. It's the one that it's like a mini cooler. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yes, but I was just looking up what I used to own, and apparently what Piruka
Yes,
did too. This was
yes,
Nokia, and it was my first
yes.
cell phone actually.
Yep. The Nokia 3310 is that is the one. 3310, and make sure you change the outer shells to whatever you're liking. And then you can download SMS of your ringtone to be the songs of your liking. Yep.
Amazing.
And then you change to the 6000 series and
Oh yeah, I had
8000 series.
a modified version of the RoboCop theme song when I had this phone.
For me, I
Hey,
felt like a real villain that I always aspired to be when the Death March played from my Nokia 33.
you know, I had a 3310 with the outer shell as the Manchester United with David Beckham on it.
Nice.
I'm
Yep.
just looking at a map of Zurich. I don't remember a friggin' thing. It's been that long. I'm like, where is the exchange? I can't find it on the map. I don't remember. The only thing I remember is the stuff around the lake, but I do not remember where my apartment was or where work was at this point. It's so weird. Oh well.
You know, Stiefel, just to add to your hype, I remember reading a piece by the famous Nick Fawkes, who, of course, wrote the authorized biography on Patek Philippe and regularly writes on watches and other luxury products. He was this was one of the watches that he was recommending as a starter Patek Philippe, completely accessible, off the radar, and you chose basically the top of the line. Of course, any model is made in much more limited numbers in platinum. The travel time with the pushers is, of course, a classic complication invented by the same person who gave Patek the world time, Louis Cotier. Introduced for the first time, in fact, on a Calatrava, so it's right at home here. And of course, you have a wonderfully balanced dial with that extra ghost hour hand for your reference time or local time, depends on how you arrange it, of course. I like it. Wear it in great health, man.
So, Lord and the company, are we convinced that they're gonna announce all these watches for our friend Kangaroo and his brother?
Release which ones? What? Explain.
You know, I mean, everybody knows that by now that they will release an Explorer, right? Whether it's titanium or made out of steel, this remains, but I don't see it.
Professor, I love you, and I know you can't talk about everything, but are we doing the Rolex subterfuge again? Are we trying to trick the viewers to not expect certain things just so people?
Professor,
No, we said, I mean, it was said that they would produce an Explorer, no?
It looks like an
No.
Explorer. We're not even sure.
we
No?
don't even
I mean,
know.
it
We
looks
just
like an
guess.
Explorer.
Well, they
Yeah,
have my speculation, again, completely ungrounded, and we didn't talk about this, Professor, behind the screens either, that they have used 369 dials elsewhere, and it could well be a new Oyster Perpetual line, which was too successful for its own good and made the brand basically lose its entry point. So why not? I said complete speculation. I don't have any insider information. Maybe a new OP line with brushed bezel.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So at least something there. Okay. And then GMT?
yeah. It looks like black ceramic GMT, with gold inlay. So whether it's two-tone or full gold, it's not possible to say.
Basically, reissue of whatever they have released before and then update it to a 72-hour power reserve. That's it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is reissue.
Pretty much. Nothing is nothing is really like groundbreaking or anything at all. I mean,
Yachtmaster.
Yeah, I guess we didn't get to talk about the Yachtmaster much. To me, that's
Yep.
like, I'm a little shocked it's not an Oyster Flex. I'm really clamoring for Oyster Flex, but I'll take a Yachtmaster in titanium if they've made one. It's almost guaranteed that is what it is.
this is how I describe the Submariner line. You know, Submariner is a middle child that tries to do everything, and then the Yachtmaster is a younger brother who try to be more formal than his older brother, and the Sea Driller is a hot-headed one with all the tattoos and always try to bashing in head first, no matter what. And then all three discover that they have legitimate brothers, so-called deep sea, from another mother that always being like the rock of the family. That is pretty much Submariner lineup to me.
That's a good summary.
Yeah. I do like the Yachtmaster description there. Like, really, while the Yachtmaster formula is very recognizable, everyone will allow Rolex to do literally anything with it. There'll be no purist that says you can't do that with the Yachtmaster.
And,
All
and
right.
how
Um,
Kangaroo?
yes.
How about the Daytona?
The Daytona. So many speculators and people and the fans of the brand thinking they will have a new platinum Daytona ice blue. I was like, okay, cool.
Mm.
Let's get this real, okay? Are you gonna buy one? More likely, no. And why do we care about it? Okay, cool, interesting, yes. The new stuff, whatever they're gonna release, doesn't matter which line. Just give people whatever they ask for the past 5 years. Deliver them first and then talk about the new stuff. I think that is what deep inside of everybody's mind, more than just talking about the new stuff inside. It is exciting to talk about new stuff. Why people cannot even get the old stuff.
I
Excellent.
don't know. The Daytona, like,
It-
it seems
it just
almost
me.
guaranteed. Yeah, it almost seems guaranteed they're doing something with the Daytona. I'm scared as
Yes.
hell. Honestly, like,
But it's
I
to me it's this. They're not going to increase the size at all. They're just going to keep it the same, maybe different variants. Look at it. In the current catalog as of today, there are 44 variants of the Daytona alone.
Mhm.
44 if you count every single one of them.
Mhm.
Think about just the one you want. How many they're gonna make? Nobody knows, right? And scale down to the day adjust and everything else is it just already say difficult enough to get one. If they release something, people will go nuts about it. I mean, what will they do with the new platinum? Okay, maybe new bezel color, right?
I
That's it,
honestly,
really.
I think, like, looking at Rolex forums, I think people are anticipating that it might actually be a new watch,
Oh,
but
I
it's
see.
so wild that I don't.
It is wild, and what fascinating me the most is not about the 16-second video that they made. It's all about those leaks before. Nobody talking about anything, and those leaks has nothing to do with the 16-second video that they released
Yeah,
at all.
because these leaks were garbage from
Yeah.
garbage
Garbage
people.
leaks.
And
Yeah.
is no. I am so serious. Nobody talks about those leaks anymore, at all, at all.
But
You know,
swinging, I think the funny thing is not that nobody talks about those leaks, but the same people who serve up those leaks come out with new leaks in the run up to Watches and Wonders next year, and people still eat them up, and
exactly.
they rake in the cash from it, and the game is played the same way year after year. So that's the
Yeah.
problematic part.
I mean, it's it's the same thing. It's the fuss on the news that we uh have a debate about it. Debate on what? Based on what? Nobody knows. Nobody is right. Nobody is wrong. It just what we think on basis on our thoughts process, pretty much. Nothing else. And if you have good connection with ads, and when you talk about them, when I say ad, I mean the owner of the ads or the higher ups, not the floor sa. Okay. And then when they return the comments back to you with a laugh and said, hey, look, if they release whatever you claim to be the leak, they will get you one, or else you will have to buy one. That is when it's like they put a nail in a coffin.
May I say something? Because it's often
You know?
the case, Kangaroo. The ADs, the ADs are salespeople, okay? Glorified salespeople. And the owner is a glorified salesperson, right? They're not supposed to know what they're going to release. And they get into the game of trying to guess. Now, what is amazing about this particular brand is that despite the fact that there are many people who know, there are no leaks from the firm, right?
Ooh. I love I love the reference to the firm. Somehow referring to Rolex as an intelligence agency. That's a new one there. But yes, I mean they are pretty tight-lipped. I mean, I don't think you would work your way into that inner circle of a brand like Rolex and then risk it all just so people would talk about the couple of pictures you leaked on the internet. So the
Yeah,
whole thing
exactly.
doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the issue is that they don't know, these people sitting in, Kuala Lumpur or I don't know, Texas, they're not gonna know. When they arrive there, they will get to know. And what is more important is that they will see the watches and they will not get an allocation, right? A lot of them will not get an allocation to some of the new iterations. It will take them a couple of years. And that's why they go to watches and bankruptcies. They don't go to see the watch because they don't care. Some of them have done it for 30 years, some of them have done it for too long, and it's too much again. But they go to get the allocation, to see if they're going to get one or two, and then to figure out who is going to get the one or two. You know. So I think that is it, simplifying it in many ways. But I think that it's interesting that an entity like the firm is able to keep a secret for such a long time because some of these watches are in production already for a few
Sure.
months.
Not like
Uh,
Omega has to wait for China to end their lockdowns before they can get their
yes,
critical
yes, yes.
parts in.
Well, in the older days, when Rolex would announce, this was back in Basel, not in Geneva, but in Basel, there was a disconnect between the announcement and the time when they first hit the watches, the stores, and it would take 6 months at times. Usually by early summer or late summer, all of them would have one watch of that new iteration. Today, if you know your authorized dealer exceptionally well, you'll probably have an access or a purview in about 2 months.
Well, I got the Explorer 36 in the first week of May. So like 1 month, which is crazy because
Yeah.
that's a brand new watch. We're not talking like a dial on a Datejust. Like that was a fully new watch. Okay, the movement. Okay, that's a big part. It's not is in
Yeah.
other watches, sure, but it's not like it's a Sky Dweller. It's like new. But yeah, you're right. Like I don't even understand why they came out that quickly, and even the the lefty
There is
came out really
there
quick
is a
too.
clear Ozzy, there is a economic reason for that, because now they're capturing the moment, and since everybody has turned to be a Rolexaholic, and there is a huge following, it is a cult. People are buying into the myth. You need to produce the product immediately. You can't just wait for 6 months. People have to spend, people have to dream. They're gonna go diving with a watch, go yachting. So they realize that the production is very long dated, and they would need to produce it much faster. So 2 months is a fair estimate for everyone to have one. Well, some of them will not get it. I mean, some of the more difficult ones that they're going to issue, they will not get it immediately, right? Um, so I think it's a production issue, and that's why they made these changes. But yeah, look, we'll see. We'll see how things go.
I'm really quite bewildered at what I'm seeing. Actually, I mean, bewildered in a good way. I mean, they're releasing. I mean, if there's a new Explorer, that really blows me away. I'm very, very shocked if there's a new Explorer, because it'd be replacing a new Explorer. Um, and the Daytona, it seems to me that they're hinting that there's probably going to be something in there, and I don't think it's just going to be a new dial. Yeah, and in the shadow of a shot, to me, it still looks like the Explorer. It could be, something else entirely. It looks like they're going to do a lefty thing again. I don't know. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait till, was it Monday?
No, tomorrow. Tomorrow they will release it on the video on the website.
Huh.
Really?
Yeah, at some point tomorrow they should.
I'm excited.
All right. So it's
Oh, yeah. I'll probably be out and about. We'll see.
But I think what is interesting is some of the new iterations. I think what is also interesting, people I think they will be surprised. My guess is that the issue, if they do release a new Daytona, is what happens to all those who have the old Daytona. And,
That's normal. Isn't it? It's not really a problem. Like most people, oh, you mean who already have it?
yes. What happens to the price, and what happens to their
Oh.
perception of value? And
Most discontinuations result in the watch going up in value, so I don't think there's any real issue.
I think
yeah, but not at the high point of what it was before.
I think the Daytona may be an exception. Not that one should care, but because it's crossed this threshold a couple of times already as being the most desirable, because it is the new shiny object since 2000. That's how it went up and up. See, Mr. GMT, I didn't make you wait this time. I got you in right away.
You're getting
How
better.
are you
You're getting better. How you going, fellas? How's things going?
G'day.
Great, man. Nice to see you.
That's
So, what I was saying about the Daytona, it might be a little different. Not that anyone should care, but if it is, in fact, as most people are guessing, if it's going to be a 41 millimeter, I think in mid to long term, people are going to appreciate anything that comes before it in a new way. Because, look, I mean, Rolex has been doing this for a long while. At some point, whatever they do is eaten up by the public, anyways. So it's not for me to teach them anything. But one of the things that makes the Daytona so almost universally appealing, and one of the best unisex watches too, as we were talking about it earlier, is its classic proportions that haven't really changed much since 1988, right? In different case materials, yes, the the thickness, the kind of the meat of the case is a little different, but it tastes all the same. It's still the same proportions.
Yeah.
And I think any radical change, even if it might be an instant success because people just want the new thing, in long term, I think can't really hurt anything that comes before. My real worry is people who have been waiting for years and years in certain cases, being told that they're on a wait list and they still haven't gotten the call. What does a new reference mean for them? That's my worry.
But that's kind of normal, right? Like the wait list is far longer than the number of people who've been delivered watches. So it wouldn't even matter if the production ran another 10 years. There would still be a huge amount of people who never got the watch. But yeah, I don't know. Like it seems like if there is a new watch, the only way to go is it would be bigger, and then it would no longer be unisex. Like it's right on the edge of a unisex size right now, and I don't know what to say. Like, but the thing is, they could just say 41, and then the reality is it moves up to 38.6 millimeters.
Well, that's what it's. Well, the thing is, if it does go bigger, it's just going to be. They'll say that it's 41, and it'll be just under. Just like they did with the sub.
Well, the thing is that there's actually a huge gap between the Daytona right now. It's 38.4 now, and it's 40 on the tin. They're going to go to like 41, so it could be anywhere between 38.4 and actual true 41. So who knows where they would land? If they landed close to 39, maybe it's still unisex. But if it's far closer to a true 40, which a lot of people do ask for, there's people who ask for that, it wouldn't be unisex anymore. And
what about if they kept both sizes? That would be interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And not that they will, but traditionally when they bring out a new size, they get rid of the other size. So if there isn't that size, like if there was a 36, it's different, but it's not a 36. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But normally they get rid of it if they do that. Well, a lot of people are predicting that they will bring a larger size. For me, I'm not a Daytona person, so it doesn't do much for me. It's just the way that it is. My friend's got one. I tried his on. It just doesn't do much for me. But it's each to their own, I suppose. But yeah, if they do bring a bigger size, it'd be good.
I think the same question comes up for the Explorer. Like, what exactly are they doing there? I don't know. Like, I don't really see the need for steel watches to run alongside titanium watches. For instance, the existence of the titanium Yachtmaster, which I think is probably one of the most solid predictions from what we've seen, to me implies the steel ones are discontinued. I don't see why they would run alongside each other. Although the Yachtmaster does this play of like dressy versus sporty. The Explorer doesn't have as much, variance.
I'll give you a reason. I mean, the way that Rolex, quote unquote, used titanium so far, especially in Tudor, is not really the high horology finish of titanium, right? Whether it's full mirror polish or kind of very intricate, multi-layered finishing, right? There are the chamfers on the Deep Sea Challenge, but that's neither here nor there. So the way Rolex finishes titanium is usually a lot more gunmetal shade than the way they usually polish their steel. And I find that to be enough contrast aesthetically, even without even thinking about the weight and the feel. And remember, again, the average Rolex customer hates vintage Rolexes because they don't feel like a watch. They feel like a toy, right? You keep hearing this over and over again.
That's probably why I like it, because it feels like a toy.
Same. No, actually, GMT, I mean, nothing against toys, don't take me wrong, but
No.
for me, coming from vintage, I actually think the other way around. I feel like a lot of the contemporary Rolex stuff is like toy models of what these things actually were, just bloated up in size.
Light it up, yeah.
But again, not to be controversial and go into the other extreme, what I mean to say is for the average Rolex customer, titanium will be a shock. So that would be one thing against them introducing titanium Yachtmaster on an Oyster Flex. People will think like, I'm going to pay more for this than steel, and it weighs like this that I can just throw around.
Yeah.
You know, it's so people when they think of a luxury watch, the average customer wants heft, wants substance, wants weight on their wrist. Titanium is the metal who graduates from Tudor to Rolex, literally. I think it would be the tool watch enthusiast who found perhaps more in Tudor recently than Rolex, and who will find new ways to get back into Rolex because of the styling, because of the ethos of those watches.
I think you're correct. There's no real reservation. But here's two words that might trump all of it. Platinum bezel. That
You
might be
think
the
I put a
main
platinum
reason.
bezel on it?
No, the ones I'm saying will be discontinued already do have platinum bezels.
okay, yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm like, it's just the on it, like, and also keep in mind the Steel Yachtmaster was the only watch to receive a price discount in the latest round of price increases. Actually got a $50 discount. It's clearly not something Rolex feel like really comfortable with. I think just the current Steel Yachtmasters.
You know how you were talking about the titanium now? What gives you the impression that they will bring out a titanium?
Just from the image, let me pull it up.
Yeah, if you can pull it up, that'd be great.
You can pull it up directly, and I can
Sure.
kind of project it.
Let's do this. Yep.
Young Brando, are you standing up while you're doing this?
Yes, 4
I'm
hours.
very
at a
impressed
time,
because you do all your shows like that. That's very impressive, my man.
But I am finally, plunking down some cash to set a little studio in this new place. So I think it's going to be better. But I sit a lot when I work.
Yeah, so
during
it's
the
good
day,
to stand a
so
bit. I'm the opposite. I stand a lot and I like to sit down.
That's it.
So
Okay.
from the teaser, this shot here is on the water. There was another shot that actually showed like a catamaran, like a racing yacht. This bezel already basically exists on the Ever Rose Gold Yachtmaster. So it's
The ceramic?
ceramic sandblasted bottom, and then this glossy ceramic on top, embossed lettering. This flank, that's brushed, right? We agree it's brushed.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find a brushed flank on any Rolex watch except for that new Sea Dweller, the challenge.
Okay.
It just doesn't exist anywhere else. It's always polished. The one thing you could say that, like, playing devil's advocate, could this not be the... Well, first of all, this profile where it comes out here, where it curves back into the crown guard, like, very elegantly, that's Yachtmaster.
Okay.
On the Submariner, it's a little bit more comes in, then juts out, and this is a Yachtmaster profile. However, this looks flat-sided to me, and the Yachtmaster has like a Datejust or Daytona case where it's usually more elegant and rounded, and this
Rounded,
is a lot
yeah,
more
yeah.
flat-sided. It's that to me, that's the only signature that says this might not be a Yachtmaster, is that it's flat-sided.
Did you ever think it might be the one that I know they wouldn't show something they've already got, obviously. Not unless they want to really put a spanner in the works and really put us off the scent. You know what I mean? But would it be something towards that they're just showing something they already have, just as a part of the advertisement?
There's no watch that looks like this. The flanked, the brushed sides, and
Well,
embossed.
what's it called? The new one, the new titanium one, hasn't it got flat sides?
It does, but the bezel isn't like this.
No, it isn't. But that's what puts me. That's what makes me think it's not that. You are right. The bezel is nothing like that. It's just interesting to see. You know, they give us little glimpses, and we just run rampant with it. You know, but that's the fun of it, I suppose.
Could you pull up your Ben Ainsley photos again? Did it have a flat side? I mean, we're probably not going to be able to tell, but it's remotely plausible that the prototype actually had flat sides, and we could sort of.
Let's see if we can actually tell. But it does have the same bezel, by the way, which aesthetically fits as well, right? You know, you wouldn't, if you finish titanium like that, you wouldn't match it with a platinum Yachtmaster bezel, but with a ceramic one.
Yeah, see, it's more rounded. See that?
It's
sounds
honestly
more
hard
rounded.
to say because there's going to be shadows either
Yeah, I
way.
suppose. But
I would,
from what I'm looking at, the way just it looks to me, just from straight off the image, it does look more rounded than actually more flat.
I agree. I wouldn't commit to saying that's like it's not a match though. Just because it's just the
by this
quality of the
image, because it's
photo,
not a
but
clear
I
image as
agree.
it is.
First impression is it looks like a regular Yachtmaster profile with a rounded case.
But then again, it's a prototype, right? So you never know where it goes from the prototype to the final version necessarily. But yes, it does look like the regular Yachtmaster profile. But once again, remember, they didn't just leak this as a prototype on Sir Ainsley's wrist and then suddenly started producing. It's been a couple of years already.
It's been a couple of years, yeah, when these got leaked. Yeah.
So they may have, in the meantime, they may have worked and reworked the case, and maybe it does not actually follow, because titanium is not the usual, material that Rolex works with. So they might as well create a new mold for the case.
Right.
It's possible.
That's true
So
too, yeah.
Here's one a little off the wall. Like, I'm not even saying this is like, it must be this. No, I'm saying this is like a 1% chance. It's actually a new Sea Dweller 43. Like,
That
a lot
makes
of people
sense
said
too.
a new
That makes sense too.
A lot of people say, okay, you've done a crazy Sea Dweller and titanium. It makes sense for the other Sea Dwellers to go titanium eventually. I think that makes sense.
But the bezel isn't like this. That's the thing. The bezel isn't the way that. That's the thing that throws me off.
That's true. However, the SD43 is a watch that kind of needs its identity back. Because right now it's like a really big watch at 43 millimeters, and it's actually a big 43 millimeters. It's quite tall and proud in all of its dimensions, and it's quite flashy. Bringing a little touch of Yachtmaster to it both sort of increases its elegance, but also pushes it towards more tool watch again as well at the same time. So this, super small chance it's actually a new Sea Dweller, and it's just borrowed a little bit of Yachtmaster
That would be
DNA
cool.
to give
To
it.
be honest, man, that would be cool. It really would.
Yeah.
And since we are getting to the end of the show, I will ask the real important question to Mr. GMT. What new menu items can we expect on the eve of Watches and Wonders, Mr. GMT? What are you introducing? Do you have any new recipes cooking up at Tip Top Snack Shop?
Sorry, my son just came in and I've got to go pick my other son up. Okay, so what was that? Sorry, say that again.
Any new items? I'm trying to be funny. I'm really trying here, Mr. GMT. Work with me. Work with
Sorry,
me.
I wasn't.
Okay,
The thing is, I was paying attention to my son, so I wasn't paying attention to you. I'm very sorry in saying that. There they are. They're all ringing me. Okay.
Well,
All right,
it's
go
better-
again. Let's do this.
It's better that you fail me than fail as a father, so I will take that for sure.
It's all good. I live with them every day. I can deal with these guys. You guys will get a few, maybe half an hour or so with you guys. So fire away, my man. What was it? What were you just said about Tip Top Snack Bar? I can add to that.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Any new menu items that you are working on? Any new recipes that you're cooking up?
Not really, because I stick to. Hey, Z-Man. There you go. Got a super chat, $10 one.
Thank you so much. $9.99. Can we
I
get?
think he wants me to say it. Come and get it. There you go. I did that for him. But no, I don't have anything cooking up at the moment. I try and keep to what really works, and at the moment it's all working, and so there's no need to change anything, no need to add anything. Everything's just working fine. So I try. My mother taught me one thing. In a successful business, especially when it comes to food, it actually makes more sense and more profitable if you keep your menu simple. Don't go out of your thing. Every now and then, if you want to add something to it, but always try and keep it as simple as possible. You'll be more successful.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. Look, Mr. GMT, I'm also the kind of person who, always goes to the same restaurant and orders the same thing on the menu. So
I'm the same as you. I'm exactly the same as you.
But I will ask a selfish question, not to propagandize or anything, but as a vegan, I will do this. Do you ever experiment with those kinds of options with plant-based meats?
You got a
etc.?
Chico roll?
Yeah. Yeah, Chico roll. Chico roll. That's plant-based, I suppose, right? Actually, no, it hasn't got cheese. It's got corn. No, it hasn't got corn.
The corn jack does, yeah.
Corn jack's got corn. Funny enough, Aussie Expert, I sell quite a lot of those. Corn jacks and Chico rolls. Funny enough. But
It's the only thing I miss that I can't replicate in my own kitchen at the moment.
yeah.
Wait,
Like I said, if I could
are we
send you
talking
some, I
about-
would.
Are we talking about chicharron?
No. This
No?
is an Aussie thing. This is an
Oh.
Aussie thing. Yeah, it was invented by an Aussie boilermaker, as Archie tells us. And yeah, so. But in saying that, gentlemen, I have to go. I'm getting phone calls from my son. I have to go pick him up. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry to cut
Thank
it short.
you.
I was really enjoying the conversation. We'll talk again soon. And everyone in the chat, upvote, support the guy, man. He's doing such a great job, And you know what I've noticed, Lord, your viewers are growing, and it's good to see. You deserve it. You give great content, my friend. So keep up the awesome
I
work.
appreciate it.
Take care, stay sexy, and wear your watches. We'll talk again soon, gents. Ciao.
Thanks. Bye, Mr. GMT. Thank you so much for dropping by. You have another picture for us. This is what is this one called again? This is so what do you call it? How do you spell it? Can you write it in the chat? You're muted, Ozzy.
Yeah, this
Oh.
is the Chico roll, the corn
Chico
jack.
roll. Okay.
Yeah,
I
Nice.
want the chica roll.
Chico roll.
I'm sure you do, El Professor. And you are on a business trip after all. I'm sure you can get some if you really want to.
Yeah, but Swiss women are not exciting.
Okay, let's not shit on an entire nationality of
Okay, yes. Oh, wait, they got watches. It's
you
okay.
know, I mean,
And chocolate.
we, if you want, I don't know, be misogynistic in a universalist way, let's not single out one particular part of population that way. But joking aside, yeah, I mean, we love the Swiss people. They bring us a lot of great things, not only their watches, but our very own Swiss. Piruka in the chat, and also,
He's the best. He's the best.
this hobby has been a great source of joy for me, really, over the years. So I can't we get irritated by these brands and by some people that we have to deal with, but I think the Swiss have done well to preserve and sustain this craft and give it new life as a luxury product, which doesn't always result in what we ask for, what we demand, what we expect as watch enthusiasts and collectors. But overall, I think they're in the good, at least in my book. But
there is something going on, unfortunately, with Toblerone. They're rebranding,
what do you
and
mean? That's a
you
scandal.
know.
Tell me more. I care more about Toblerone than the band.
Okay,
Tell me more.
okay. So okay, that's great. So apparently they're rebranding the whole logo of Toblerone. They're not allowed anymore to use the mountain peak that they had.
Why not?
There's a
It's pretty
yeah,
generic.
yeah. Well, they're not. So they're gonna rebrand, and apparently that's the only reason I can give, because at the airport, both sides of the airport, I could find Toblerone chocolate half the price. And I got lots of it for the kids.
So they
Um,
can't use Matterhorn anymore on the packaging.
Yeah, well, let's look it up. Let's investigate it, because I read an FT article very quickly 6 weeks ago, and I was like, okay, well, what's going on? And I was more concerned about
Look at this
what are you doing?
genuine
What is this?
Australian
Tim
patriot.
Tam? Tum Tum?
Tim Tam, yeah.
Tim Tam?
Aussie. This is Aussie chocolate right here.
Yep. It's good stuff. I mean, I can't eat it anymore, but I love those. Let's see what would be a good source for this mournful piece of news, Professor. BBC. Oh, BBC has an art. Okay, being a Germanophile, I will pull up the Deutsche Welle article, so we'll read it from that. New look. Toblerone to remove Matterhorn from packaging to comply with the Swissness law.
Yes, yes.
Toblerone has to remove the famous Matterhorn
reading.
peak from some of its packaging as production moves to Slovakia. Okay.
Yeah,
now
Slovakia.
I was reading that the Swiss made, that the requirements for Swiss made on Swiss food are a lot more exacting than the Swiss made brand for watches.
Oh yeah, the Swiss made for watches is 55% Swiss. The rest can come from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, but Swiss made for food is a lot more serious. It's a lot more legit.
Yeah, correct. So this is what's happening apparently, and
well, of course, it's the Americans destroying it again, just like the Italians have been taking apart British heritage brands. Americans are taking apart Swiss heritage. Mondelez International of Deerfield Illinois, which owns the Swiss-born brand,
How is this
says it's
possible?
in the process of adapting the packaging to conform with Swiss rules, with Toblerone opening a new plant in Bratislava, Slovakia in the third quarter of 2023. The company must adapt the packaging to the Swissness legislation.
How is it possible that Nestle doesn't own Toblerone? That blows me away.
I assume so too, just because anything I see like that, I always think belongs to Nestle. But
Well, most everything belongs to Nestle.
Yeah, no, they sold it.
Wow.
Nestle had it at one point.
Yes, yes, of course.
Oh no, it doesn't. It says, okay, I found it now. It's Tobler company was independent for many years. In 1970, it merged with Suchard, the makers of Milka.
Jakob Schuschar, yeah.
And Tobler and Suchard merged with Jacobs, and Kraft acquired Jacobs Suchard, including Toblerone in 1990. In 2012, it was spun off to Mondelez. So Kraft got it in 1990. Apparently, Nestle never had it. That's interesting.
Wild.
Yeah, 4/5 of raw materials in the product must come from Switzerland for achieving Swissness in food. Processing that gives a product its essential characteristics must be carried out in Switzerland.
So significantly more Swissness to Swiss food than Swiss watches by regulation. Anyway, that's like, I'm not going to comment that there aren't some brands of Swiss watches that are very Swiss, but not Omega.
No, and also, no, I want to comment on this because it's important. I mean, not all brands are of Swiss made is made in Switzerland. The above the 55% threshold, they're free to do and it's pretty legal.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it's bad, but it means that it's not made in Switzerland. And having said this, because this is a long discussion I've been having with lawyers and even the Swiss Federation of Watches, the issue here is that, yes, you can criticize them and say, well, you're not really Swiss. But, nowadays manufacturing has evolved so much that even an American car is not an American car, a Japanese car is not a Japanese car, and so forth.
Well, I will also say this, again, with all due respect to my Italian friends and collaborators. I mean, a lot of made in Italy clothing, menswear especially, is almost entirely made elsewhere and then gets stitched up, gets stitched up and finished in Italy, and it carries that tag, made in Italy. And a lot of times when it's made in Italy in larger percentages, it's Chinese people working in those workshops in Italy anyways. So when again, everything in due measure and everything in just comparison, I think,
I do.
The Swiss watch industry is not alone in using
Exactly.
methods.
I do remember, like, back when I was living in London, like in the thousands, there was a scandal that Topshop had sweatshops, and they were looking in India for them or whatever, we'd assume, or something like that, and they found the sweatshops in the north of England, with Chinese people.
No, I mean I don't even remember the name of the brand at this point, but there was at some point a very famous up and coming American brand that used a lot of salacious marketing photos and prided itself for being 100% manufactured in the US and in Los Angeles specifically. And then they realized it's mostly illegal immigrants who are working for pennies on the dollar in sweatshops that looked no different than the third world. So it's sometimes you would be surprised by the tricks people are running, and in fact they
Was
turn
that
it
American
into a
Apparel?
virtue. Yes, I think so.
Uh-huh.
I think so. I think it changed many hands after this was exposed, but I think that was the beginning of the American Apparel. Now it's, I think it's still alive, right? Yes,
I'm
it
not
is.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought.
Interestingly, it was found, speaking of how whether Canada exists or not, this American brand called American Apparel was founded in 1989 in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. All right, gentlemen, shall we wrap it up? It's 12:30 almost, and we have been live for more than 4 hours. I want to thank Ali and Swinging Kangaroo, who were on the panel earlier, and of course, Ozzy and El Professor, who are my most reliable and cherished interlocutors on a regular basis. I really appreciate you all. And thank you for everyone in the chat for your presence and support. If you don't mind, please hit the like button if you haven't done so already before getting out. Thank you for your super chat, Z-Man. Thank you for your super chats, Swinging Kangaroo, Palwi, and Mr. GMT, and Captain, and Ali, of course. I really appreciate you all. That's what Jake Brooks, of course. How can I forget you, man? I have a surprise coming for my Patreon people, by the way. So be on the lookout for that. I will announce that tomorrow, but for now, we'll say goodbye. Anything that you guys want to add last minute?
Yeah, I think it was a thought that came out from what Ozzy was saying, Lord. By the way, I prefer the name Lord.
That was a joke. I'm not gonna keep changing back and forth. I think
Okay.
the Lord one was it just grates certain people the wrong way. I think I already have a certain
Okay.
abrasive character. People take it seriously.
That's a
Maybe
good point.
they don't get the joke. I don't actually I'm not an aristocrat by any shape or form. So anyway.
Yeah, I agree with what you say, because sometimes people also, when I say professor, they say, "But professor, you must know this. Why you don't know this? You are a professor. You're the knowledge of all. You must know this." And it's really difficult to meet up to people's expectations. Yeah, I guess you're right.
I have no problem doing that. I can rise above it too, but since I'm such a narcissistic fool already, I can't be possibly going around calling myself Lord. Memovox, greetings to Denmark. Too bad we are taking off, but yeah. Sorry, Professor, I interrupted you a lot. Please continue.
Yeah, no, not at all. What Ozzy said, it's a thought about the SD43, if they do or not something about it, and something that previously our wonderful Kangaroo, our gentleman from the northern territories there in the Midwest of America, he said about his brother's desire to get the Explorer 2, the Polar, the white dial. The thing about these two watches, these amazing watches, is that I never see it being worn by ladies. And I'm sorry to say, I like to wear some watches where I see it only on men. I don't like this unisex thing too much. I know you might say, "Oh, it's misogynistic and all that." It's not at all. I'm married. I love my wife and so forth, and I am happy to love another wife too. But it's too problematic, you know. But it's the only two watches that are quite hefty on the wrist, and they're nice, and they have a presence, and they're beautiful. And so I think it's quite, both of them are very unique. The Daytona, you see them being worn by both, and I'm kind of tired seeing watches being worn by both. You might say, well, this is this is how it is, Professor, a new generation. Yesterday at the airport, Lord, it's funny.
Sure.
I was waiting for the flight, it got delayed, you know, and so forth. But at the airport, there were two guys, right, with jumpers. I'm not now generalizing. Two guys with jumpers, funny shoes, sneakers, you know, trendy, expensive. And what were they both wearing on the wrist?
Patek.
You know, no. But they were wearing a Daytona. One was white dial, the other black dial. And I said, this is not my Daytona guy. Steel, you know, you could see from far away they were out of the ordinary, right? They were making a lot of noise. I know, again, I'm exaggerating, you know, but the Polar and the SD43 are unique watches in the sense that they're big, and the people who wear them and enjoy them.
Professor?
Do we lose Professor?
I mean, I brought up this picture of the old Polar worn by a woman. I didn't mean to disappoint you this much. Please come back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I got disconnected again.
No worries.
Sorry. It's important just to have some, you know, reflexive thoughts on this. So it's probably the Polar, the Explorer 2 or the Black is the only one that I haven't seen being worn by ladies. I don't know. You're gonna find a picture now and you're gonna say, here you are. You were wrong about Toblerone and you're wrong now about the watch. Let me show you,
No.
Professor.
Professor, I don't, I'm not going to do that. But what I might do is I will find myself a thick girl and make sure
Thick girl.
if,
You will find a
if
thick girl. I
yes,
like that.
if I get married with this woman, I'll make sure that more than the ring, I will hunt down and get her a Polar Explorer 2, just so I can ruin that watch for you as well.
No, yeah, that's because you know the deep sea has been worn by this actress. You had a picture many days ago where she's wearing the deep sea. She's at a basketball match. She's, I think, an American actress, uh,
He's-
Blondie.
Charlize Theron. She's
No,
South African.
Oh yeah, that too. But Steph Curry's wife, who is a very nice woman, you can see she has been wearing
What is she wearing?
a
Oh,
deep sea with a misplaced bezel insert. So
It's just missing, isn't it?
yeah,
What the hell? That's so
how
wild.
can you miss that bezel?
That's crazy.
for whatever
That's
reason,
really
these
odd.
pictures are horrible. But yeah, it is.
It was sold to her like that.
There we go.
It was due to get bust down just earlier in the week, but she goes, "Oh no, I need to wear it. Actually, I already smashed the bezel off, but I guess you can." Next time you'll see that the bezel will be diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I can ever reach, Steph Curry, I'll say, please get your wife next time Polar Explorer 2. I'll make the connection and make sure she wears it on courtside so I can tease the professor about it.
That
Yeah,
is
please.
seriously a weird watch for a woman to be wearing. Like,
Okay.
There you go. There you go,
I agree with
Ozzy. Please
Professor.
defend
Well,
please.
even Ozzy is getting insecure about it. What is going on with you guys, man?
Seriously weird.
And Ozzy is married happily.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, his comments are respectful towards the partner and the female community.
Yeah, I mean, look, he also has a daughter now, so I guess that adds more legitimacy to his comments as well. I love that being used. Not to say, again, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm not saying you are being misogynistic, but a lot of times that's like I'm not racist, but, or as a daughter, as a father of 3 daughters, I will say. And then people say the nastiest thing. So it's strange.
We'll see.
Right.
I'm still bewildered as to what could happen with the Rolex releases. I'm bewildered. I can't believe my eyes, even as it is. So we'll see what happens.
Is it one last question I will ask, because I'm just trying to confirm my own bias here. Are people thinking that there's a new Daytona because, 1, there's the anniversary, and 2, there's a shot of the racetrack? Is that why?
I think that's it. There have been rumors on Rolex forums about there will be a new one of a new movement, slightly bigger, but it's just pure rumors. Look, it's almost all of the noise is around, like, if we're still talking about the anniversary stuff, almost all the noise is about the Daytona and not the Submariner. Mm-hmm. That being said, this teaser just there's just so much there in terms of, like, new watches, like titanium watches, a Pretension Explorer release. It's just so bewildering. I really don't know what to expect.
Me neither.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It seems too early to me for the Daytona to be getting a new case. But then again, because it hasn't been that long for this, since the ceramic bezel. I feel like for something like that, they might just wait another 5 years. But then again, Rolex, even though they do little things for anniversaries once every so often, just, to give a wink to collectors and enthusiasts, they don't care as much as we care about those, milestones. So, they might come up with a new Daytona next year.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the new Submariner, the 12 series, was released with no real occasion. I mean, it was released in September.
Mr. GMT has a difficult question here. 5 Australian. Doesn't the professor love me? He didn't say a word when I was on the panel.
Oh, no. I love him dearly.
I mean,
no. GMT is no. Let me first of all apologize and say that
in
no.
Greek, ideally. Please apologize
in
Greek.
In Greek, yeah. Well, today is a special day because for Greece it's their national day, and it's a special day for the Hellenic world, including the Cypriot. And I don't distinguish, the Cypriot should be one, but no, GMT, he is a unique member of this community, and he's somebody, besides saying that we have to be sexy, he himself being sexy, he's also somebody who wants to wear the watches, and he's a true a true aficionado. He truly believes in the watches, and I respect him dearly. No. I think I was doing something because I'm trying also brush my teeth, go to bathroom, do pee, and get ready to see the boring bunkers. Well, what can I do, man? I have to make these things a little bit laughable because sometimes we take life so seriously. And you go and see people who tell you we are very unhappy. How are we going to get all these people onboarded with UBS? And you say, okay, but you guys are earning like $2 million a year. You're worried about your jobs. I mean, what exactly is going on here? Do you think the world looks at this? There is some reality checks, and for a lot of our people, even in this community, Lord, buying a watch is a luxury, and it's not a difficult thing. You see these guys, all of them wearing, some of them are wearing, as wisely Swiss said it early on, Pateks and all that. These guys have the ones I met and I meet. They all have. Either Hublot, Ulysse Nardin, some of them Frank Muller's, some old subs, very collectible pieces, but very well protected in their job. So I need to make it a little bit more appealing. So no, GMT, please, no offense, no offense. We also said that we're gonna go to your country, Ozzy. We're gonna visit. We're gonna take you. We're gonna take Lord. We're gonna go to Mr. GMT.
They won't have me
and
back. They won't
Oh,
have me back.
re-
It's not actually an
no.
option. No.
What? Why?
Oh,
What did
wow.
you do?
Okay. No. Let's not get in there. If that's
No, I'm not going. I'm not going back.
Let's
Okay.
I'm not going
do
back.
it.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
all right, guys, 4.5 hours. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everyone, for your presence and support in the chat, especially the super chats. Thank you so much. And once again, to Ali, Aussie Expat, El Professor, and Swinging Kangaroo for being part of the panel. You guys are amazing. Mr. GMT, thank you also for dropping by. I want all of you back again. I'll be on early tomorrow. I'm not sure if I can make it later in the day, but I'll be here with some watch talk at some point during the day, probably not at night. All right, I'll see you soon. Take care and thank you so much. Bye.